And we have a key race alert for you at this hour. Let's look at the board right now. In Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, Republican Glenn Youngkin has 1,102,462 votes. That is 54.6% of the vote. He is more than 200,000 votes ahead of the Democrat, 200,092 votes to be precise. Democrat Terry McAuliffe has 902,370 votes. That is 44.7% of the vote. That is with 63% of the estimated vote in. Republican Glenn Youngkin retaining his very healthy lead over Democrat Terry McAuliffe. In New Jersey, the Garden State, Democratic incumbent Governor Phil Murphy, with 10% of the vote in, has 174,342 votes. That's 60.5% of the vote. He is 62,954 votes ahead of his Republican challenger, Jack Ciattarelli, who has 111,388 votes, 38.7% of the vote. But again, we are still expecting 90% of the vote from that race to come in. Voting is about to end in New York City in the showcase mayor's race this evening. Brooklyn Borough President Eric Adams is highly favored to hold on to the mayor's office for Democrats. He faces Republican Curtis Sliwa, best known as founder of the anti-crime group, the Guardian Angels. The winner of that race will replace Democratic Mayor Bill de Blasio. We are awaiting votes from quite a few big U.S. cities that are choosing mayors tonight. One of them is Minneapolis. That city is also deciding the future of the Minneapolis police force in the aftermath of the murder of George Floyd. Voters in Minneapolis are being asked if the current police department should be replaced with a new department, a Department of Public Safety. This is one of the first electoral tests of policing reform since George Floyd's death. Let's check in with our correspondents right now. First, let's go to Athena Jones in New York at the headquarters of Democratic mayoral candidate Eric Adams. Athena, how are things where you are?
Hi, Jake. Well, polls are just about to close here. You can already see this venue beginning to fill up. There is certainly a celebratory atmosphere. But if you hear from Eric Adams or talk to people on his campaign, they'll say, look, they're running through the tape. He just sent out a text a few minutes ago saying, if you're in line by 9, you can vote. But as you mentioned, Adams is heavily favored to win in this deep blue city where registered Democrats outnumber registered Republicans by almost 7-1. Eric Adams, the real contest here was among the Democrats in the primary. He beat out a crowded primary field by putting together a coalition of working class voters, union voters, voters of color, particularly voters in the outer boroughs. He also spent a good deal of his time talking about public safety. You often heard Eric Adams say public safety is a prerequisite to prosperity. So that focus on fighting crime at a time of rising crime is also something that people believe got him over the finish line. Jake?
All right, Athena Jones in New York, New York. Let's go to Omar Jimenez now, who's covering the vote in Minneapolis, Minnesota, including the fascinating, controversial ballot measure there to replace the police department with a whole new reimagining of public safety, the Department of Public Safety. Omar, how's it looking there? What's going on?
Yeah, Jake, so we've got polls closing in just a few minutes here in Minneapolis, and we will know the answers to those ballot questions first when it comes to the results that are coming in. We expect them, and at least the city clerk here says they expect those full results to come in just a matter of 2 hours at this point. And one thing to watch for in this is it's going to take more than a simple majority, more than the 50% plus one person for this to pass. Because it's a charter amendment, it's going to take 51%. And the reason that's crucial is because this was polling right around 50%, and we could be in a scenario where technically a majority of people vote yes on this, 50.6%, let's say, and it doesn't pass. And so those are the dynamics that we're going to be watching for as this moves forward. And again, while it is to incorporate this police department into a public safety department, it doesn't quite eliminate all officers. No one's waking up tomorrow with no police officers if this passes. But again, so many people are looking at this as setting the table for the future of public safety here in Minneapolis.
Very interesting. Omar Jimenez, thank you so much. Quick overview, John. Where are we in Virginia?
We are with the Republican candidate just shy of a 200,000 vote lead. It was above 200,000 a short time ago. So if you're a Democrat, you're saying, aha, we can come back late. I will tell you, yes, that's mathematically possible. About 1 million more votes to count. The question is, where can you find them? One of the places Democrats will look at is Richmond City, the 10th largest county in the state. only 2% of the vote in. Terry McAuliffe getting big numbers there. But, Jake, there's a lot of votes here for Terry McAuliffe. The question is it enough? And then you move up to Fairfax County in Northern Virginia. We've talked about it a lot all night, up to 53% right now. McAuliffe's percentage at 67%. That looks great. He needs a huge more votes as the rest of Fairfax County comes in. The math at the moment looks bleak, but a lot of votes to count still.
All right, John King, thank you so much. Voting is about to end in New York, where the next mayor of America's biggest city is being decided tonight. Who will replace Bill de Blasio? Let's get a key race alert now. The polls just closed, and it is too early to call the New York mayor's race between Democrat Eric Adams and Republican Curtis Sliwa. We are awaiting the first votes in this high-profile race. We will bring that to you as soon as they come in. John King, I'm coming right back to you at the magic wall. You want to go back to Virginia?
Let's do it.
So here's a question for you.
Right.
Let's go to Fairfax County for a second.
Okay, there we go.
Fairfax County. Terry McAuliffe is up. There's about 220,000 votes cast. That means about 440,000 total have been cast. The big question right now for a lot of Democrats is, did Democrats vote? Did they turn out to vote? Are they depressed because the Democrats on Capitol Hill have not been able to get their legislation through, because prices are high, because gas prices are through the roof, because of inflation, because they're disappointed, whatever? Are they depressed? So if we are estimating about 440,000 people voted in Fairfax County this year, how many voted last year or in 2017?
Well, let's go back to the governor's race, because that's a better comparison there. If you look at 255,000 for the winner, so we're not quite there. We expect turnout to be higher, but you're raising a key point. We expect turnout to be higher across the state.
Right.
The question is it by proportionally, is it higher, is it much higher in some of the rural areas? I can show you a few of those in a minute. So you're looking at 255,000 votes here for the winner at 68%.
So more people did turn out this year in Fairfax County than they did estimated.
It's on track to. It is on track to.
Okay.
It is on track to have more. And the question is, it's on track to have more. And then you see that 68% margin if you round up. The question is, can McAuliffe hold it? Because that would be essentially exactly what happened 4 years ago. And then the question becomes, if it's exactly what happened 4 years ago, is it good enough? Because the rest of the state is not going the same way for Terry McAuliffe. So let's come back to 2021 and let's pull it out. Let me show you what I mean. Just one example. I just want to pop down here. You look at these smaller counties and you think, well, this doesn't matter. Every vote matters in a close race. So you're in Wythe County here, right? You see the 94-42. We're almost fully counted there, right? 82% of the vote. If you go back in time, Ed Gillespie, 60. So it's 3,000 more votes essentially than 4 years ago for the Republican candidate. 3,000 votes there, 1,000 votes there, 800 votes there. It just helps. It takes a lot to offset the giant there. So it can't be just that. That is not going to be enough to offset Fairfax County. But it helps when you're also doing this. When you come back to 2021, if you were watching it 2017, this was blue. Now it is red. This is the suburbs, Chesterfield County, south of Richmond. 20 years ago, reliably Republican. The last 10 years, blue. Glenn Youngkin, with half the vote counted, with a 10-point margin in the suburbs to the south. Margins matter. Go back in the race 4 years ago. Very close, but the Democrat won, right? Very close, but the Democrat won. Right now, not as close, and the Republican leading a ways to go. Henrico County, right? Again, the suburbs to the north of Richmond. Right now, McAuliffe at 54, Youngkin at 45 if you round up. If you go back before, more of a margin.
Look at that.
The margins matter. Glenn Youngkin is making up votes in places like this compared to 4 years ago. And so if the margins in the traditionally blue counties are smaller, and then you are running it up in the red counties, you're putting yourself in play. And one more place I'm going to keep mentioning, because this right now,
it's huge.
If you look down here, this is the race 4 years ago. It's all blue. This is the presidential race in 2020. Got to click another button to get to presidential. It's all blue. And so Glenn Youngkin had to flip some counties to change the map. There's no guarantee they will end up this way. We're still counting votes in some of these places. Let me just take you there. Virginia Beach, half of the vote in.
But he's winning it handily.
He's winning it handily. Chesapeake.
So anecdotally, a Republican official told me this morning that keep an eye out for the Virginia Beach area, he said, because it took a little longer, but the school issue in this Virginia governor's race, the education issue, and how much parental input there can be in schools was a big issue, combined with a lot of other divisive social issues having to do with education. But he said, keep an eye on the Virginia Beach area because the issue caught on there later than it did in Northern Virginia.
That's an excellent point to make. And also, again, you got to be careful not to overgeneralize. But where are we? Right? This is the North Carolina border. You're moving into the Northern Virginia suburbs, Washington, D.C. It is more liberal. It is more traditionally Democratic. This has been Democratic of late. But this has a Republican pedigree in more recent times than up here in Northern Virginia as well. So you mentioned the school issue could catch on. A Republican candidate catching on down here is not as big a surprise as a Republican candidate if Glenn Youngkin were turning some of these counties. But even still, if you come up here again, this is your Washington suburbs, exurban areas, moving out now to where it gets more rural.
Fauquier County, look at that.
Yeah, look at that, 72% of the vote. And again, Ed Gillespie. Margins matter. You're overperforming the last Republican candidate while the Democratic candidate is underperforming the last Democratic candidate.
And one of the things that's so interesting, people who are not from the Washington, D.C. or Virginia area, or people who are not political junkies, Ed Gillespie, go back to the 2017 map if you would for 1 second. So Ed Gillespie, who lost in a round, right? Ed Gillespie ran a race that Republicans worried was going to bring out the vote in this part of Virginia, Southern Virginia, Central Virginia, and alienate the suburbs. Right. Remember, his last few ads, as I recall, and this is just a shaky memory of a middle-aged man, his last few ads were about MS-13 and the threat of gangs, potentially racially incendiary in the views of some voters, turning off people in the Northern Virginia suburbs. So the challenge for Ed Gillespie's successor, Glenn Youngkin, was how do you get these people while not alienating those people in the Northern Virginia suburbs? And go back to Henrico County.
Henrico County here. This is 2017.
So this is 2017.
61% of the vote to 38% for the Republican. And you come back here, margins matter. Every vote matters. Margins matter in these counties. So Glenn Youngkin, we talked earlier, he's not going to win all of the suburbs, but he's more competitive in the suburbs. But that's where they're growing.
He has been, as a candidate, more agile. He has been, as a candidate, more deft. He has been able to get these people while not alienating the suburbanites in Northern Virginia and then in the Virginia Beach area. In fact, it's early yet, but he is competing very, very well in those Virginia Beach suburbs.
Ed Gillespie did not want Trump to come to Virginia. They had a foul relationship. Glenn Youngkin did not want Trump to come to Virginia. Somehow, he has managed to be repeatedly endorsed by Trump. Trump has told his voters, flood the polls. Donald Trump telling his voters, flood the polls. The Donald Trump who questions the election system all the time, telling his voters to flood the polls. Indications are, is it all Trump or is it just Youngkin's appeal? We could argue that for days. But what is happening down here tonight is very strong, exceeding 2017 Republican turnout. So you have...
He's not just holding Trump votes. He's winning new voters.
He's winning the vote, certainly compared to the Republican candidate for governor 4 years ago. Glenn Youngkin is doing fantastic down there. And again, you talk about margins matter. Just to come in here, you mentioned, let's start with 2017 to see the difference. If you come in here, Loudoun County, Ed Gillespie, 40% of the vote. 45% of the vote in a place where there were a lot of people. So that's thousands of votes. When you go from 40 to 45, you're doing thousands of votes. Even in Fairfax County right now, we're missing the votes right now. This one looks more like 4 years ago. If you look at it there, 31% 4 years ago to 32% right now. This one looks a lot more like 4 years ago. So if Fairfax, which is the biggest basket of Democratic votes up here, number one of the 133 counties, 14% of the statewide vote. If Democrats are holding their own here, what happened? Well, in a lot of other places that matter, Glenn Youngkin is overperforming the Republican candidate from 4 years ago. Again, we're up to 2/3 of the vote. He's back above 200,000.
Yeah.
So you're starting to say then, so we're just shy of 1 million more votes to come in. Is it mathematically possible? Yes. You talked earlier about that inside straight flush.
Yeah.
Terry McAuliffe is, praying for a good dealer.
Show me my beloved Spotsylvania County, if we could.
Where are we? That is down here.
Right?
Yes, it is.
So, okay, Spotsylvania County. So Glenn Youngkin has 62% of the vote to Terry McAuliffe's 37.3% of the vote. How did Gillespie do 4 years ago?
So you go back in time, 56.
So look,
the margins and turnout, right? We focus on margins a lot. It's not just the percentages. It's raw math matters in politics. In the end, we say this is complicated so we can keep our jobs. In the end, it's the simple arithmetic we learned, right? You add that up. 20,000 votes for Ed Gillespie there 4 years ago. you come up here now with more votes to be counted. Glenn Youngkin is already there.
He's going to exceed it.
Yeah, he's already at the 20,000 with another third of the vote yet to be counted. So he is surpassing Republican turnout from the governor's race 4 years ago in all of the red places, running it up where he has to.
No,
and being more competitive in the blue area.
And I have to say, as somebody who drives around that part of the state on occasion, you would see Youngkin signs everywhere. And you say that to somebody, a Democratic senator, I'm seeing Youngkin signs everywhere. They would say, signs don't vote. Maybe not. I mean, definitely not. But by the same token, they can be a measure of enthusiasm.
They can be a measure of enthusiasm. And again, if you think of the history of this state, 1 year ago, Joe Biden plus 10. 4 years ago, in this, Ralph Northam plus 8 or plus 9, depending on how you want to round up there. You have to go back to 2009, to the last time the Democrats won statewide. We're focusing on this race right now.
Republicans, last time Republicans won statewide.
Last time Republicans won statewide was back in 2009, which foreshadowed 2010, which was a miserable midterm year for the Democrats. That will be the fear if this holds up. We have to say if. We're still counting votes as they come in, but we haven't looked at them yet tonight. But the Republican candidates for lieutenant governor, attorney general are also leading in Virginia at the moment, pretty much by the same margins.
Is that right?
Yes. And so if you look at them, if you just look through, here's the lieutenant governor's race, 54,
look at that.
54-45, and here's the attorney general race, 54-45.
And let's just explain for 1 second why that's important, and then we'll get back to, we have to take a quick break. But that is one of the things that Democrats said is keep an eye on all three of the races. If Terry McAuliffe loses, but the Democratic candidates for Attorney General, this is the incumbent, by the way,
Herring, right.
the Attorney General and Lieutenant Governor, who is elected on a separate ticket, if they do poorly too, this is more significant for Democrats. But if it's just Terry McAuliffe that does poorly and the other two Democrats do well, it might just be candidate specific. So this, again, the votes are still coming in, but reading the tea leaves, this is something that is a message to the Democratic Party in a state that a Commonwealth rather, that Joe Biden won by 10 points 1 year ago. It's still too early to call the race, of course, in Virginia or New Jersey or the New York City's mayor's race. When will we be able to make those projections? Stay right here to find out. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. Stay with us. Bringing you another key race alert right now. Let's take a look at the wall and talk about where we are in terms of the actual vote count. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, with 71% of the vote in, Republican candidate Glenn Youngkin has 1,228,830 votes. He is at 54.3% of the vote. He is up ahead of his Democratic challenger by 208,848 votes. Democrat Terry McAuliffe trailing with 1,019,982 votes, 45% of the vote, a very healthy 9 percentage point lead for Glenn Youngkin with 71% of the estimated vote in. In New Jersey, Democratic incumbent Governor Phil Murphy with 281,130 votes with 18% of the vote in. He's up with 55.9% of the vote, roughly 63,550 votes ahead of Republican Jack Ciattarelli, who has 217,577 votes with an 18% of the estimated vote in. Murphy up 55.9% of the vote to Ciattarelli's 43.2% of the vote. And now I'm walking over to the magic wall again because John King and I find this Virginia gubernatorial race eternally fascinating. A Commonwealth that Joe Biden won by 10 percentage points and Glenn Youngkin 71% of the vote in. It's not over yet, but he is so far doing quite well.
He is exceeding his metrics just about everywhere on the map, including the red you see in the Republican counties in Virginia. Glenn Youngkin is exceeding his metrics, exceeding the performance of the Republican candidate 4 years ago and turning out Trump voters in Trump country. And in a lot of these areas, even though they're blue, he is doing better than Republicans have in quite some time. That's one way to look at it. So what do I do constantly when we get to this point, right? A lot of people are saying at home, why haven't you called it? Well, we're conservative, and we know there are still hundreds of thousands of votes to be counted. And we know we live in volatile times, so we will wait to count. But you start to look at this point, you're thinking, okay, Glenn Youngkin has got a pretty healthy lead. Are there more Democratic votes out there? So you look everywhere. So you come down to the city of Norfolk. It's the 7th largest of the 133 counties, so that's a lot of votes, right? But again, even if you double that, right, you were doing math earlier. Even if you double that,
that's 8,000 votes.
Add another 8,000, say 10,000 votes to Terry McAuliffe's lead. Is that enough? So you move over here, you come over to Portsmouth. Again, it's the 20th, right? So you could add a third to that. You're starting to get into an area where there's thousands of votes, right? So Could Terry McAuliffe turn these back blue? These have been blue in the last presidential elections and the last gubernatorial elections.
It's only
a third of the vote.
Only a third of the vote. Right.
The question is, though, if you flip it, are you going to dramatically flip it? Is everything out Democratic, or do you come back to 50-50?
Right.
If you come back to 50-50, there's no net gain, right? That's the problem. Terry McAuliffe now needs net gain. So you look where the votes are still out, and you think, okay, about 40% of the vote here again. Conceivably, you could catch up in an area that's been blue before, but can you catch up and cut? How much do you cut into the lead as you catch up?
And just to remind people, I'm sorry to just to remind people, these counties were blue last year, and they were blue 4 years ago, right?
Watch it there. Yes, if you go back first, it's easier to do it this way. 2017 in the governor's race, they were blue. And if you go back to the 2020 presidential race, you have to do 2 taps here to get out of the governor's race. They were blue as well. You can even go back to the 2016. Let's take a peek in the 2016 presidential race. Slide this up and look. 2 of them were red. That's what I told you earlier. You're closer to the North Carolina border. There is traditional Republican here. This was, if you want to talk about the Trump effect in the suburbs, right? Suburban areas down here, military retirees, rich military tradition down here. Traditionally Republican communities that in the Trump years just became more and more blue. That was one of the challenges tonight. Can Glenn Youngkin go into these areas and turn them back? We're not done counting the votes here,
right,
but that would be a sign of potential success there. One other way to look at this. So Joe Biden won by 10 points 1 year ago. So how is it that the Democratic candidate is behind? So you want to look, right? So how is Terry McAuliffe doing? Is he underperforming Joe Biden? Yes, just about everywhere. Just about everywhere in the state of Virginia. Even places where Trump won, Biden ran stronger in these red counties. I will just come back and show you that again, just so you see not much changed on the map, right? This is everything we know right now. Just about everywhere, Terry McAuliffe is underperforming Joe Biden. So you say, okay, that's not fair. That's a presidential year. Is he underperforming Ralph Northam? I began the night saying he can. Ralph Northam won by 8-9 points.
The incumbent Democratic governor.
The incumbent governor. So Terry McAuliffe can underperform him as long as he doesn't underperform him by a ton. This is your live vote right now. Where are there counties where McAuliffe is underperforming Northam by more than 10 points?
Oh, my God.
By more than 10 points, he is
Everywhere.
underperforming, including some of the suburbs up here. You come up here, again, we're moving out exurbs. This is more the exurbs as you move out here. But in strong Republican areas where Ralph Northam, a Joe Biden-like Democrat, actually, considered a more moderate centrist Democrat, Ralph Northam ran stronger in these Republican areas than Terry McAuliffe is. But again, down here, in Norfolk, in Virginia Beach, out here, even again, in parts of Trump country, where Ralph Northam, a more centrist Democrat, at least by reputation,
right,
than Terry McAuliffe.
And just to remind people, so
let's leave that up. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to point to the part of the Commonwealth where Ralph
Northam's
Northam
let me get out of your way for you. Yeah, it gets complicated.
So Ralph Northam is from here.
Right, he's from the Eastern Shore.
So one of the reasons to nominate him was to win that part of the Commonwealth.
Back in the 2017 race,
right,
that was one of the Democratic arguments, that our state is trending blue. Let's make it more blue by nominating a more centrist guy from this part of the state, a traditionally Republican part of the state.
But McAuliffe is of the Northern Virginia suburbs, and he is still doing worse in Northern Virginia than a guy from the Eastern Shore.
So let's turn this up. Yes, and so look, if this holds up, and to your point, let's just take a look at some of that, right? This is Northern Virginia suburbs. Again, right in here, the most Democratic, most liberal areas are just across the river, right? Arlington and Alexandria. Fairfax is the most populous, and Terry McAuliffe's holding his own right there. But the challenge for Youngkin was cut in these other, smaller, but still significant suburbs, right? 52, 45, we're only about halfway there. Again, if you double that, McAuliffe picks up what? If it holds at that margin, 5, maybe 8,000 votes right there. If you go back to 2017, it's 61%. Margins matter in politics. You come up to Loudoun County, Ralph Northam gets 59%. The Republican is getting, 40% if you want to round up. You come here to tonight, Glenn Youngkin is getting 45%. Again, the margins matter.
5,000 votes here, 5,000 votes there.
Right. Hundreds of votes here, thousands of votes in a couple of these. You just start to add it up. It's an impressive performance so far.
It's not over.
We're not done.
We still have 29% of the vote to come in. Right. And, we do expect that it will narrow considerably.
Yes,
at this point.
although I will say again, this is your biggest basket of Democratic
Right.
votes, and they're up to 70%.
Right.
So we've talked about before, if you double it, there's no guarantee the percentages hold, right? It's possible you get some precincts where Terry McAuliffe gets 70 or 80% of the vote, and that math changes. That's why we're conservative. But if you're going through, if you're in a headquarters right now and you've got the green eye shades on, you're going county by county, what's outstanding, what's the best we can do there? That's what they're doing in campaign headquarters. You know, is there a way to make up that 210,000 plus
a lot of
votes
votes
with just that left? It's
That's
hard.
a lot of votes, although we have not called it, and we are still following the votes and counting the votes. Coming up, we still are waiting for Virginia. We're still waiting for New Jersey. We're still waiting for New York City. A lot more coming in. Stay with us as Election Night in America continues. Welcome back to Election Night in America. We can now project a winner. CNN is making a major projection in the New York City mayor's race. CNN projects that Democrat Eric Adams has been elected mayor of New York City, defeating Republican Curtis Sliwa. Adams holding on to the top office for Democrats in the nation's biggest and predominantly Democratic city. Again, CNN projecting that Eric Adams has been elected New York City mayor. Let's go now to Athena Jones in New York City at Adams headquarters. Athena?
Hi, Jake. Well, you know, the crowd here at Adams Election Night headquarters has already gotten this message. There was already a cheer that went up when someone came to the podium saying that Eric Adams, the Brooklyn Borough president, former New York police captain, a former state senator, is now going to be the 110th mayor of New York City. Eric Adams becoming only the second black mayor of New York City. The votes, of course, are still coming in. The polls just closed. About a little over 30% of the vote is in, and there's about a 50-point gap between Adams and Sliwa, and this is what was expected. New York is, of course, a very democratic city, but Adams put together a very interesting coalition: working class voters, union voters, voters of color, voters in the outer boroughs. But he also ran not just on public safety. This is something that he talked about a lot of his campaign, saying repeatedly public safety is a prerequisite to prosperity, talking a lot also, though, about making sure that businesses are able to do business more easily, cutting through the red tape. So he tried to appeal to a lot of different sections of the electorate here, and certainly it seems that he did, coming out on top. But as I mentioned early on in the campaign, public safety was the center point of this race. Eric Adams, as a former police captain himself, talked often about how he was arrested as a teenager. He was beaten by the NYPD, and he later joined the force to try to change it and reform it from within. So while he's talked a lot about how policing is a tough job, he's also said, look, we don't want to kind of throw out the baby with the bathwater. He's talked about wanting to bring back what was once a controversial plainclothes anti-crime unit. He wants to reconstitute that and make it an anti-gun unit and make sure they have well-trained officers to help get illegal guns off the street. He's also talked about the need for a joint gun task force, kind of like the federal joint terrorism task force. He wants to see the federal, state, and local governments work together to try to stop the flow of guns. So across a wide range of topics, Eric Adams clearly convinced voters here in New York, and they sent him, I guess, to the mayor's house. Jake?
All right, Athena Jones in New York at the campaign headquarters of Eric Adams, who CNN has projected will be the next mayor of New York. New York, a lot of grist for Anderson and his august panel to discuss. Anderson?
Yeah, Jake, thanks very much. Van, there are so many messages we are going to hear tonight for the Democratic Party moving forward. I'm wondering what you think. What is the message of Eric Adams' victory in New York?
Well, look, I mean, I think that people want common sense responses to violence in the Democratic Party. The defund the police slogan proved to be not a winner. Even the people in Minneapolis who are trying to reform that department run from that slogan. They say they want to expand public safety.
Not just not a winner, I mean, disastrous.
Yeah,
for
well,
the Democratic Party.
disastrous. Look, my godmother lives in Harlem. She's quite up in years. She's on the left side of everything. But she was dismayed by this idea that we're going to become anti-police. She's on the left side of literally every issue, but on that issue, the Democrats lost her. And so I just think that the votes it's obvious. The only people talking about defund the police now are Republicans weaponizing the slogan. Democrats are running away from it.
There were certainly, for the Democratic primary in New York that Eric Adams won, there were a lot of far more liberal, far more progressive Democratic candidates running in this city.
Well, he not only presented himself as pro-police, no defund the police, but a law and order candidate, but pro-business in New York. So he managed to win by saying, "Look, you can't put me in a box."
In a box.
And here's a guy from Queens who was arrested when he was 15, beaten by cops, and became a cop. And now is saying, and I spent some time with him last week for a piece we're running. He said the key to New York is safety.
And I think
this is what we have to
the
provide.
key is you have communities that are crushed between unlawful street violence and unlawful police violence.
Yeah.
They want solutions to both. And so you got to have slogans and candidates that can respond to both.
He found the way to walk that line. But he became every Democrat in the country was watching that election in New York. And now you see across the country tonight, there are mayoral races in Buffalo and Cleveland, Cincinnati, all over the country, Minneapolis, of course, in which this is the line of demarcation. And, the other thing I think a lot of Democrats recognize is even though suburbanites don't live in cities, this is an issue they're watching closely, too. So I think this is going to be a big takeaway. And Eric Adams is going to be a prototype for how a lot of Democrats are going to approach this issue going into 2022.
I think tonight is a triumph for reality-based candidacies. We saw it in New York. Adams confronted the reality of what was happening in New York. We see it in Virginia. Youngkin confronted the reality of what was happening in schools, or at least what voters were wanting to hear about. So you have these candidacies that are apparently wildly successful tonight from people who are confronting real issues with real platforms. And this is a triumph of platform-based candidacies. But I think, it's going to sound old-fashioned, but if you're running for office and you go out and you listen to people and you don't try to tell people stuff's not happening when they can see it with their own eyes. Those kind of candidates were very successful in Virginia and New York today.
It's interesting, though, Van, because, Senator Biden, then Senator Biden, ran for president not as, former vice president, now president. Biden ran not as him. He was never for defunding the police. And yet he is, his poll numbers are down. He's more in the Eric Adams camp of the Democratic Party than farther left.
Sure. I think Biden's troubles are bigger than this particular issue. And I think that, the Democratic Party, everybody that I'm talking to tonight, they're saying this is a big, big wake-up call. I think people took Virginia for granted. We took California for granted, but then people, got in there and saved Gavin. I think people took this thing for granted. And there was an intensity gap. You had Youngkin saying, your rights as a parent are under threat. That is going to move people. And then you had our side saying Trump is bad and vaccine mandates are good. There's a mismatch on the intensity for that message. And so, as you begin to think, what are we going to do? You've got to be able to respond to what I think is dog whistling on education. I think all the CRT stuff is trumped up dog whistling, but you got to be able to respond to it. And I also think that, listen, crime, inflation, and concerns about our kids, Democrats got to have better answers next year than we had this year.
Right.
Yeah,
you have a 29.
I don't know about this. Just on the reality-based thing, there is also a straw man-based element to this as well, and Youngkin was very skillful in creating straw men here. And in fact, the defund police slogan was nothing. Most Democrats didn't embrace that in the first place, but the Republicans did a very good job of tagging Democrats with it, and Democrats did a less good job of pushing back on it because of sensitivities about the issue. Remember, the last election took place right after the George Floyd murder.
And the real need for reform.
But we should point out, homicide rates are up 30% across this country, and people in cities are very sensitive to that issue.
One thing about Eric Adams is that he understood New York, and he said, look, we can't get the rich out of New York just because you might not like them, because they're our tax base, right? And I'm not anti-union necessarily, but I am pro-business, and I understand crime. I understand people being afraid to walk in the streets. So he understood that the Democratic constituency was not one-dimensional.
We're going to take a quick break. Eric Adams, now elected the mayor of New York City, the race in Virginia, too close to call. More coverage right ahead. We'll be right back.
We have a key race alert for you in the Garden State of New Jersey. Take a look at this number. With 30% of the estimated vote in, incumbent Democratic Governor Phil Murphy is only 1,522 votes ahead of the Republican challenger Jack Ciattarelli. Murphy has 414,746 votes with 49.7% of the vote. Ciattarelli, 413,224 votes with 49.5% of the vote. That gives Murphy only a 0.2% of the vote lead, 1,522 votes. John King at the Magic Wall, we still have 70% of the votes to come in, but I don't think anybody saw this coming.
Nobody saw this coming, and to do this now after Democrats are looking at Virginia and they're behind in the governor's race, the lieutenant governor's race, the attorney general race, they're looking at that and they're thinking, oh my, is it that bad of a night? Probably not. Probably not. I just want to explain why in a minute. But still, if you're in the Murphy campaign headquarters, you pulled out early as the early votes came in. Now, so why do I say probably not? Well, that's a tie, right? 1,500 votes. But look at where the red votes are. Here you are, Ocean County, 76% is counted. You come up here, Monmouth County, 68% of the vote is counted. You move over here, and this is Gloucester in New Jersey. It's Gloucester, where I come from. But Gloucester, 73% of the vote counted. Up here, this other Republican counties, these are 93%. In Hunterdon County, this one was in the 30s, 19% in Morris County. So you have some county to go. But where the Republican vote is in these red counties, you have a high percentage of the vote counted. Now, let's turn the tables. Let's come over here to Essex County, which is Newark, the third largest of the county. Only 18% of the vote. Phil Murphy's getting 80% plus. This is a big, giant basket of votes. It's early. There's a lot of math to be done. You move over here to Hudson County, the third largest in the state, 9% of the population. This is Jersey City, right here, just across the river, or through the tunnel, however you want to do it, 81% for Phil Murphy. You move up to Bergen County here, again, the suburban New York area. People live in New Jersey. A lot of them commute back to New York. It's more competitive, but only 5% of the vote in. Phil Murphy getting 58%. Just to go back in time, he got 57% here last time when he won quite comfortably. And just keep moving through. You come up here to Passaic County, where he's
Bring it back statewide for 1 second. I want to say something, John.
There you go.
Look at this.
Yes.
Ciattarelli, 49.6% of the vote. Phil Murphy, 49.5% of the vote. Again, 30% of the vote in, but Ciattarelli has taken the lead.
He has taken the lead in a race where, look, this is not a great environment for Democrats. So if you're a Republican in New Jersey, you're saying, wow, look at that. Again, we're going to count the votes, and we're going to go to the very end, and we rule nothing out because that's why we do math, and that's why we count votes. But again, where did those votes come from? They're up to, they're 80% here. You look where the red is, right? If you go to the traditional blue, I haven't hit Trenton or Mercer County here. Phil Murphy, let's look at 21%, 52, so 53 if you round up, 64. So we watch that, right? So you look at Trenton and the suburbs around it. So we watch that as we go. That's one area you look at and you say, if you pull back out and look, that's 2017. We come back to where we are now. So a narrow lead for the Republican right now, again, on a night where Democrats are already nervous, very nervous, good reason to be nervous about Virginia or more. You're going to look at this and you're going to think, oh my. My guess is when we start to count more votes from 18% here and 19% here and 5% here, these are Democratic strongholds. But that's why we count votes. That's why we count votes.
A Democratic governor has not been reelected in the state of New Jersey since the 1970s. Both previous Democratic governors, Corzine and Jim Florio, did not win re-election. We'll see what happens. Only 31% of the vote in, but it is a nail-biter in New Jersey. It is a nail-biter in other parts of the country. Stay with us as CNN's Election Night in America continues. I have a key race alert for you now in the Garden State of New Jersey. Take a look at these numbers with 33% of the vote in. 33% of the vote. It is a neck-and-neck race. Incumbent Democratic Governor Phil Murphy has 465,452 votes, 49.7% of the vote. Only 2,688 votes ahead of Republican Jack Ciattarelli with 462,764 votes, 49.4% of the vote. That's 49.7% to 49.4%. 33% of the vote in. Anything could happen. Quite a nail-biter. We're also following a number of other interesting races, an unusual mayor's race in Buffalo, New York, pitting a self-described socialist against the four-term incumbent she defeated in the Democratic primary. He is now running as a write-in candidate look at the board. The write-in candidate has 10,243 votes. That's 65.4% of the vote. Leading with 4,830 votes, India Walton, the Democrat nominee. The socialist, 5,413 votes, 34.6% of the vote. So that is write-in candidate with about a third of the vote in. The write-in candidate is leading, and most of those write-in votes are going to be for the incumbent mayor, Byron Brown. Byron Brown, after losing the primary, decided he was going to wage an aggressive write-in campaign to keep his job, hoping for the support of more moderate Democrats and Republicans who oppose Walton's socialist views. So we are keeping an eye on that one. Let's turn now to Minneapolis. Voters there are deciding whether or not to replace the police department there with what's called a Department of Public Safety. This is a reimagining of public safety in Minneapolis. This is more than a year after George Floyd's murder. Let's take a look at where that vote stands right now. Should the police department be replaced with a public safety department? With 75% of the vote in, no is leading. 57,184 votes, that's 58.4%. Ahead of yes with 40,714 votes, 41.6%. Sets a 16,470 vote lead for no over yes when it comes to the question about whether or not the police department in Minneapolis should be replaced with a public safety department, which has been, we should note, very vaguely described on the referendum. There are a lot of questions about what exactly would happen, John King, were that referendum to pass, although right now it is not on its way to passing. It looks like, as of now, it looks like no will take the lead. Big picture, John, what are we seeing? What are the voters telling us tonight? Because this is the great thing about election night. You can have polling, you can have pundits making predictions. Ultimately, the voters get to decide, and sometimes they like to throw some curveballs.
To the point you were making about Minneapolis, if that vote holds up, Eric Adams winning in New York City, the Democrats at risk of losing 3. We have not called these races. We're up at 81% of the vote now. The Democrats at risk of losing 3 constitutional offices statewide in Virginia for the first time since 2009. That would tell you that the conversation tomorrow is going to be that the liberal wing of the party saying defund the police, that there's going to be a conversation about that among Democrats. Is that fair? I'm sure liberal Twitter is lighting up right now at the very suggestion, but Eric Adams winning, if that Minneapolis vote holds up, and if this map holds up, then there's going to be a lot of conversations among Democrats tomorrow about where might we be a little bit off, disconnected from the voters.
Not to mention in Buffalo, where the socialist candidate who won the Democratic primary is not winning.
Right. One of the things I always say about the map is it's complicated, right? It's complicated. But if voters in different places are sending a similar message, or at least a similarly themed message, that's a conversation you have to have. You were just talking about this one here. I wanted to hit your Commonwealth of Pennsylvania
Very nice.
to make you feel at home.
Hi, Philly.
Let's move to the east. Moments ago, you were saying the Republican was narrowly ahead. Now the Democrat is back ahead in this race. But if you're Phil Murphy in what you believe to be blue New Jersey, Republicans win in New Jersey, infrequently, that's still too close for comfort. The question is, we're just over a third of the vote counted. So what's happening? When Mr. Ciattarelli pulled ahead earlier, Jack Ciattarelli, I said, everybody calm down. The reason I was saying that is because if you look at the Republican counties, you're seeing a higher vote percentage in than if you move over to places where the Democrat is leading. 46% here, but more significantly, if you come up to Newark, you come up to over here, Hudson County, which is Jersey City, and then you move to Bergen County, which is a giant suburb, but is the largest county in the state, we're still only at 5%. So in the blue areas of the state, we have a lot of votes to count.
A lot more Democratic votes to count.
Yeah, but I will say this. If you look down here in this part of the state, you're always looking for what's changing. We're 19 months into this pandemic. We have a Democratic president whose approval rating is now underwater. People are tired about the pandemic. They're looking at Washington. Are things happening? So you're looking for, is anything on the map changing? At the moment, if you're in New Jersey, you want to watch this. This is Atlantic City, big tourism. Atlantic County here, the Republican is ahead. Let me just move over here. And so, again, Gloucester in New Jersey. I'm a guy from Boston. We call that Gloucester. The reason I highlight those, that one's close. That county was close. But if you go back in time, these are blue. Right? So you're just looking on the map. We're not done yet. We're still counting votes in New Jersey. But is this off-year election a message election? In Virginia, it appears, we're not there yet, but more than likely, yes. What are the voters in New York City and Minneapolis perhaps saying about the conversation about law enforcement and police? What is New Jersey saying about competitive? We're not here yet in New Jersey. And again, now we're back with. Are we back at the? Let me just make sure I've reset. Every now and then when it jumps,
Look, Chitterelli back ahead.
Yeah, it jumps.
37% of the vote in, and Chitterelli is up 49.9% of the vote to 49.2% of the vote.
That's what makes election nights so interesting. I say fun sometimes, and I get in trouble because if you have a side in this, it's not fun when you see the map switch here. But again, so Bergen County just flipped to Republican, lead Republican. That's why he's leading, because you got a big chunk of votes just came in Bergen County. If Bergen County stays red for a long period of time tonight, we're going to have a very interesting conversation about New Jersey. That is not its history. Again, if you go back 4 years ago, it was 57 to 42. But again, is this a message election? Yes, every election is a message election. How big is the lesson? That's why we count.
Yeah, when it's too close to call in New Jersey, and we have not yet projected Virginia. We're still waiting for votes to come in Buffalo and Boston and Minneapolis. Stay with us. The voters are having their say. Election night in America continues. We'll be right back. We have key race alerts for you right now. Let's take a look at the board. In the Garden State of New Jersey, Republican Jack Ciattarelli has 49.9% of the vote to the 49.3% that the Democratic incumbent governor, Phil Murphy, has. Jack Ciattarelli is 6,705 votes ahead right now with 38% of the vote in. It is a nail-biter in New Jersey. Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican, up 49.9% to 49.3%. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Republican Glenn Youngkin with 52.8% of the vote over Democrat Terry McAuliffe, who has 46.4% of the vote. Right now, Glenn Youngkin, with 83% of the vote counted, is up by more than 169,000 votes. It is quite a night for Republicans as of right now. Let's go to MJ Lee at the headquarters in New Jersey, Asbury Park, of Democratic incumbent Governor Phil Murphy, who right now in vote count is trailing. MJ, what is the mood there?
Well, Jake, I was just touching base with a Phil Murphy advisor just about what the mood is. What is it that they're watching? And they simply said, look, we are waiting for the votes to come in most of the state, that when they see numbers come in from Ocean County, for example, that they understand that those are numbers that could actually skew the overall projection and the returns and how things look at the moment. We know that the governor is with his family right now, with his wife and his children nearby this election event, and we know that once the race is called, the plan is for him to head over here. I have to say, Jake, even though, as we talked about earlier in the night, the governor and his advisors have said all along, this is going to be a test and a grade from the people of New Jersey on how he did in his first term. It is difficult to completely separate out everything that has been going on in Washington. We can report that President Biden, during his foreign trip, actually called Governor Murphy yesterday. We don't know exactly what they talked about, but you can certainly expect that the president probably wished him luck. It is just a reminder how closely the White House and the president is watching these elections. And if any of these races end up being incredibly close, and if any of the Democratic candidates end up losing by very close margins, there will be folks wondering, could last-minute good news from Washington, if Biden had been able to get some kind of big deal before election night, could that have made all the difference? Jake.
All right, MJ Lee at Murphy headquarters, where I imagine they are not particularly comfortable right now. Let's go to the Republican Jack Ciattarelli headquarters in New Jersey, where we find our own Evan McMorris Santoro. And Evan, a surprisingly strong showing by Jack Ciattarelli. Right now, he is up with 38% of the vote in, 50.2% to Murphy's 49%. That's with 38% of the vote counted. So much more to go, but still, that is a strong showing so far.
That's right, Jake. You know, it's always fascinating on these election nights to hear both sides spin the same number. You heard MJ talking about the Democrats saying, hey, hold on, there's a lot of voting to come in yet. Well, here at Ciattarelli headquarters, supporters just heard from their lieutenant governor candidate, Debbie Allen, and she came out and said the same thing but with a different tone. She said, hang on, there's a lot of voting to happen yet. There's a lot of vote to come in yet, and we feel pretty good about what we're seeing so far. We feel pretty good about some of these down ballot numbers. She said, look, folks, the numbers are going to go up, the numbers are going to go down, but we feel like we may be able to pull something off here tonight. And they told people here at this headquarters here in Bridgewater, New Jersey, to buckle in and prepare for a long night of results. Jake?
All right, Evan, thank you so much. In Bridgewater, New Jersey, let's go to talk to John right now here at the Magic Wall. John, Jack Ciattarelli up 50.2% to 49%, 12,000, almost 13,000 votes ahead. Tell us what else we're waiting for here, because this is a very strong showing.
Right, and so in an essence, ways to go yet, both campaigns are telling the truth in the sense that the Republicans are looking at this map and saying, hey, we're doing a lot better than the Republican did 4 years ago, and we see some things we like. The Democrats are looking at the map, especially in places like this. This is Hudson County, Jersey City. You're only at 40% of the vote, a little shy of that. Look at the margins. If you just imagine if that margin stays up, that's a lot more votes for the Democrats if they come in. You move over here, Essex County, which is Newark, and the Democratic areas around Newark, again, less than 20% of the vote in, Murphy up. So you just think, okay, if you multiply somewhere, if you stay in that margin and the more votes come in and the Democrat has a big lead like that, there are a lot of more votes coming in for the Democrats. So the Murphy campaign has every right to say, let's wait, let's count more votes. However, if you're in the Jack Ciattarelli campaign, you're looking up here, the largest county in the state, Bergen County, 13% of the vote in, and you're in the lead right now in a county that 4 years ago went for the incumbent governor at almost 57%, 57% if you round up. Again, we're only at 13% of the vote, and so we have to watch. But if you're the Republicans, this is the most populous county in the state. At the moment, you're leading. So if you can hold that lead, you run up more votes. Again, we're talking about what is the message of these off-year elections. If you're watching in the Republican campaign, the Republican candidate won this county 4 years ago. That's what Jack Ciattarelli, essentially what you had to do, right? If you have to win the places where you won before, he's winning there. The challenge for the Republicans is most of the vote is in these counties. But down here, we mentioned it earlier, Atlantic County, which is Atlantic City, that the Republican is ahead is a big deal. This was a county that went for the Democrats 4 years ago by a 13-point margin, just shy of a 13-point margin there, 55% for Phil Murphy 4 years ago. At the moment, the Republican is getting 57%. Again, it's only a quarter of the vote, so we need to be careful as to what happens. The same as you move across here into Gloucester County, Jack Ciattarelli right now with 85% of the vote in, getting 54%. And if you go back 4 years ago, Phil Murphy won this county with 55% of the vote. So you do see evidence that the Republican candidate has the potential to flip some counties that went blue in the last election. He would need that to change the math. Remember, the population center is up here. And again, we'll check again here. We talk about Virginia and margins matter. In Camden County, the governor is getting the 8th largest county in the state, getting just shy of 60% of the vote, 59% there. You go back, he's down a little bit, down a little bit. So you're looking at the ingredients. And again, in the Murphy campaign, you didn't expect this to be as big a blowout as it was 4 years ago, because this is not a Democratic environment like it was 4 years ago. But especially, we can look at all of this, right? Trenton, again, only at 27%. Mercer County, relatively competitive if you look at it there. This is the one we're going to keep an eye on right here. If this one stays red, Ciattarelli has a chance to stay and play. 13% of the vote in, red it is. New Jersey reminding us again, we live in volatile times. We have a lot of vote to count.
Right, and I mean, there have been Republican governors and Republican senators from New Jersey. How much did Joe Biden win New Jersey by? Do you have that? Do you have that in your?
Yes, we do. 2020. There we go. We go there. We have to tap president to get a governor, and by 16 points.
By 16 points. Okay, so it is a more Democratic-leaning state than, for instance, the Commonwealth of Virginia is, but Biden won that by 10 percentage points, but not unfathomably so. I mean,
not unfathomably so. And again, I'm circling here the area, so you see the blue, right? This is the big blue in the map in 2020. I circle that just so when we come back here and look at 2021, you see there's some red in here.
There's 4 counties of red.
Yeah, there's some. Now in the last governor's race, that was red. So this is, again. Part of what we're trying to factor in here is Trump is not on the ballot. So you do not have the toxic Trump effect in the suburbs that we saw in the 2018 midterms, that we saw in the 2020 presidential election. That is gone. So the question is, what is the difference this time? So now we watch this. The circles are here because Joe Biden ran it up in those areas in New Jersey just a year ago, and Phil Murphy is now having some issues in those areas, Jake. Again, the Republican ahead, 11,000 votes, 39% of the vote counted. A lot more votes out in the Democratic areas, but interesting, to say the least.
Indeed, indeed. Much more discontent than I think a lot of Democrats had been anticipating. We can now make a major projection on the ballot initiative determining the future of the police force in Minneapolis. CNN projects that the ballot initiative, in terms of changing the police force, is going to fail. Minneapolis voters deciding they do not want to replace the police department with a Department of Public Safety. This is a significant test of policing reform after the murder of George Floyd. Again, CNN is projecting that the ballot measure that would have reimagined policing in Minneapolis is going to fail. Let's go to Omar Jimenez, who is in Minneapolis. Omar, supporters of this initiative had thought that they were going to have the votes today.
They really did. Their camps trying.
Omar, I'm sorry. Omar, start
yeah.
again if you would. We have the graphics decided to go like on their own. So the people who supported this.
It's all good. I thought you were just bolstering my report.
We like, you are a superhero to many Americans, so we wanted just to bring that out. You should demand that before every hit. But back on track here.
Exactly.
The supporters of this initiative thought that they might have the votes, thought that they were going to be able to reimagine the police force, that the citizens of Minneapolis would want the troubled Minneapolis police force to be replaced by a Department of Public Safety. But the voters came forward and said, nope, we don't want that after all.
That's right, Jake. Both sides couldn't figure out what the other side was doing and what their logic was. I was interviewing people on both sides of this in the days leading up to this, and the people on the no side of the votes that actually won out here, were concerned that there were no specifics as part of this ballot question. And so while there were ideas out there of, oh, this could include mental health support or violence prevention services, that was not explicitly laid out. And so essentially, it was asking voters to put their faith in whoever is elected as part of this election to fill this public safety department with some of those services. And then those on the yes side were saying, well, look, we've put our faith in the mayor for so long to try and fix the police department, and it hasn't happened. We put our faith in the police department to fix the police department, and it hasn't happened. So they felt that this was now time for them to force the hand, so to speak. And you remember, they got more than 20,000 petition votes on this, so they really tried to bring this from the ground up. But as you just mentioned, over about a year and a half after the murder of George Floyd, in the first electoral test since his murder, that ballot question fails.
All right, Omar Jimenez, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And let's talk about this with our panel, because whether it's the policing reform or the socialist candidate for mayor of Buffalo, trailing, at least as of right now, to the write-in candidate, the incumbent Democratic mayor, the very, very close race in New Jersey, the not-so-close race in Virginia, we are seeing something going on here, a trend that seems clearly a message clearly at the Democratic Party.
Absolutely. And there are Democrats who are from areas that are not liberal, that are not progressive, that are, in Washington, we call them frontliners, Democrats who are in swing districts, looking ahead to 1 year from now, who I'm texting with some of them are very concerned about what this means, because they have been saying for quite some time that this conversation, defund the police, and so many other issues that are very much to the left of the party, because that is where the party has a lot of amplification. That's not where their districts are. That's not where a lot of the country is. And to them, this is proof of that. And it's hard not to see proof of that with everything that you just described, with the vote in Minnesota, with what's going on just in New York City, with an African-American guy who is a law and order now mayor-elect.
But he's also a critic of police departments as well, and police brutality.
But went nowhere near defund the police.
Well, very few actual Democrats who have run for office have gone to defund
Such
the
a
police,
good
right?
point.
It's reform of the police. You know, the Democrats I have been talking to have been worried all night. Even with a McAuliffe victory, they have been worried about what is the message from Democrats? What are the deliverables? What are the ways in which Democrats can present themselves as problem solvers for all of the anxieties that people have at this point, whether it's the price of gas, whether it's the price of groceries at the Piggly Wiggly or the Winn-Dixie, that is where people are living now. That is what they're experiencing. And if you look at some of these races, the McAuliffe race, for instance, he wasn't speaking directly to those issues enough for voters. And you see the result here with Youngkin, at least now, ahead. And we'll see where that race ends up.
Yeah, because we're learning two things, right? We're learning both the just pendulum of American politics swinging as it does, right? And we're seeing that in Virginia, perhaps in New Jersey, and whatever. But we are also learning about the Democratic Party. But we're learning something I think we've learned over the last couple of years. So now you saw the ballot measure go down in Minnesota. You noted that the write-in candidate, the incumbent, is ahead of the socialist candidate in Buffalo. We'll see how that goes. Just back up a little earlier this year to the primary season, when Terry McAuliffe emerged past more progressive candidates as the winner of the primary, when Eric Adams defeated all those progressives in the New York City primary. Now rewind to 2020, when Joe Biden defeated the more progressive candidates in the presidential primary. So we keep learning from Democrats over and over again that as a party, overall, they're more aligned with a more centrist approach. But like just in this Minnesota ballot measure you saw, you had Ilhan Omar and Keith Ellison on one side, but you had Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith, the senators from Minnesota, the Democrat, with the majority side here, with the winning side. And so I think Democrats are saying, hey, we want to be a bit more in the middle here. To your point, Nia, I think voters are saying, so that there can be a bigger appeal to the issues that are
I think we also
Can I just say on that point, what about the Buffalo mayor's race? Where were Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand when it came to the Democratic candidate, the socialist candidate?
Well, that was different.
Party loyalty, that she won the Democratic nomination, and Chuck Schumer's keeping his eye on Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and wanted to make sure to not give it open.
I think we also see the enduring power of the culture wars, and the Republicans are better at playing this game because it's essentially white identity politics. That works for Republicans. We saw it in 2016, and we're seeing it in some of these races now, particularly in the McAuliffe race with the CRT issue and education issue.
All right, we're good. I'll come right back to you as soon as we get back, but we have to squeeze in a quick break. We still don't know who won the Virginia governor's race. We still don't know who's going to win the New Jersey governor's race. Many, many more races to cover. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. Stay with us.
So we still got a lot.
Let's listen to Democratic gubernatorial candidate in Virginia, Terry McAuliffe, giving remarks to his supporters.
Every single Virginian deserves to have their...
And that's just basic wavy guy maintenance, right? Next.
Since Susie's got goals, she'll want a plan to reach them. So she'll get...
It has been a great campaign. I started this campaign 328 days ago. I have done an average of 7 to 10 events a day for the last 328 days. And it was great to be out here. And we opened up...
January 6th was an attempt led by the president to open...
campaign down in Richmond with my great co-chairs, LeVar Stoney and Louise Lucas and Charnel Herring, to talk about how we needed to rebuild all of our schools here in the Commonwealth of Virginia and raise teacher pay and get every child access to a pre-K education and to get everybody access to broadband here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And we have continued to take that fight throughout this Commonwealth. But first of all, I want to thank my family. I want to start by thanking... I want to thank my wife, Dorothy. As you know, she has been a champion, a true policy expert. And through her efforts, as you know, 13 million more meals served to needy children here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I want to thank my family You know, you don't get to pick your parents, as you know. You're born into the family, and they have survived campaign after campaign. And I want to thank Dory, who is here with me tonight, with her fiance, Nick, who's here with us tonight. Jack McAuliffe, who is here with his fiancee, Shannon, tonight. Sally McAuliffe. And Peter McAuliffe. So let's count all these votes. But let me thank each and every one of you over the course of the last 11 months for the doors that you've knocked on, the phone calls that you made. Just last weekend, 450,000 doors knocked on, 2 million during the course of this campaign. I want to thank you. The McAuliffe family loves each and every one of you. Thank you for what you've done for this campaign. And I want to thank my campaign staff. It was the greatest campaign staff ever assembled, and give them a great round of applause for all the great work they have done. But folks, as I said long ago, this is a different state. When Ralph and I were elected 8 years ago, we have made our state open and welcoming, but the fight continues. We got to make sure we protect women's right to choose here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We got to make sure everybody gets quality, affordable health care here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Everybody's entitled to a world-class education here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And we are going to continue that fight tonight and every day going forward. So I just want to thank all of you for what you have meant to us. I look around this room and I see so many friends we've worked with for many years. This is a different state. We are the greatest state in the United States of America, and it's because of you. Thank you. God bless you, and let's go on and forward. Thank you.
Barry McAuliffe not giving a concession speech at this point, but saying keep counting the votes because every vote counts. Van, what do you make of that?
Well, look, I mean, he's there he is, Terry McAuliffe. He's the Energizer Bunny of the Democratic Party, but he looks like he is. This may be the end of his career. Look, I think that he did not run a campaign that fit his time and that fit the state. I think that he was trying to run against Donald Trump, and this guy was able to run as a champion for parents. You got a lot of parents who just spent a year homeschooling their kids and were forced to do so. To tell those people, look, we don't care what you think about education, that is a big insult. And I think you're gonna see that a bunch of moms said, we don't like that attitude, and they rose up. Now, I think what you're gonna see now, Republicans try to demagogue this issue around parental rights going forward. I think you have a playbook here. But look, Terry McAuliffe, I think he would have been a great governor. I hope he gets a chance to be a governor. But I don't think he ran a great campaign.
Yeah, you know, they only have one-term governors in Virginia. I was struck the other day, Kamala Harris came in, the vice president, to campaign for him, and she said the question of this campaign is whether we're going to move forward or whether we're going to move back. And she's standing next to a guy who was governor sometime back. And it seemed like a discordant message. But I want to make a point about the messages and how they're going to be read of this election. David Chalian talked earlier about 53% of the voters saying that the Democratic Party was too liberal, and Youngkin winning 75% of that vote. They each got the equal numbers of votes or percentages of votes from Republicans and Democrats, and Republicans and Democrats voted almost in equal numbers. But independents broke 9 points in favor of Youngkin. And that proved to be devastating. Just remember that Joe Biden, I think, won independents by 18 points 10 years ago. So that is a real concern for Democrats. One of the questions I have is, if you're a Democrat sitting on Capitol Hill and you're from one of these swing districts in suburban areas, are you rethinking tonight your vote on this reconciliation package? Are you thinking maybe it's best we shouldn't do it? If I were sitting in the White House, if I were sitting in the leadership of in the Democratic councils in the Congress, I'd be worried about that. I'd be trying to firm these people up because there's going to be, I just know how this goes. I've experienced it. I know when things go badly, people begin to think of themselves.
You know, when Joe Biden was elected, he promised things would be normal again, and we'd go back to that. And that's not what's happened.
Yeah.
And those Democrats that you're talking about are now probably sitting and thinking, well, we have to be clearer and crisper about what we want to do and what we're achieving, because they haven't done that. And that hurt Terry McAuliffe. But maybe they are too liberal. Maybe some of the messages slow down. Slow down. We don't want to do it all at once. And I think if you're one of those moderates, those frontline moderates who's got a problem, you're sitting and thinking tonight, why didn't we just pass that infrastructure bill, get that out of the way, and let these voters know that the Democrats can have a governing majority that can work for them?
Just want to point out the numbers there in New Jersey right now for Governor Murphy, 47.5%. For Chitterelli, the Republican challenger, 51.7%.
Yeah, this isn't going to make Democrats feel better either.
Yes.
Can I pick up on something Van was talking about on the education issue? I think this is what Youngkin did in Virginia was give Republicans a blueprint. Apparently, it also was an issue in New Jersey. It's been an issue in communities all across the country. But he's giving the Republican Party a blueprint on how to talk to these suburban voters again. And he's given the Republican Party a reminder about how we used to run campaigns based on issues that people care about, actual platforms. And, you know, it seems old-fashioned, but you go out, you listen to people, you find out what they have to say, and then you construct a platform around that. I'll remind you, we all sat around here last year covering the presidential campaign in which the Republican Party didn't even write a platform. The platform was whatever Donald Trump woke up that day and was thinking about.
Yeah.
This campaign had a platform, and schools and crime and quality of life are the core of that platform, and that's how this party is going to get past these issues it had in 18 and 20.
However shaken people are about Virginia, this would be an earthquake if these numbers held up in New Jersey. Now, that tends to break late, Democrat in that state. But remember, Phil Murphy won by 16 points 4 years ago. So this is if a message is being sent, it's a pretty loud one. And I do think it's going to create a great deal of disconsternation among Democrats who are looking to a year from now, and they're seeing their lives flash in front of their eyes in these swing districts.
I think Gloria's point about whether people think America is on the rails or off the rails, are we having a normal life right now? And that's exactly what Biden promised. Boring, return to normalcy, everything's going to go back the way you like it.
Well,
and for the last year since he got elected, it's been anything but. And that's not just affecting Virginia. It's happening in New Jersey and everywhere.
Well, to be fair, that's COVID. That's, you know, that's the Delta
he said,
variant.
I'm going to shut down the virus, and he didn't do it.
Yeah, that's
and we have not seen this country rebound the way he promised. Now, you can say it's not all his fault, but that's what the voters are experiencing.
Exactly. I mean, 70% wrong track number. People believe the country is headed in the wrong direction. It's hard for the party in power to win elections when that's the case. But the Democrats have a lot of work to do. I mean, they've got inflation, a bad budget story. I mean, they're fighting each other.
I think Biden, to your point, I think Biden rode in on two horses. And one horse was, I'm going to calm things down. I'm going to restore kindness. I'm going to restore civility. The other horse said the reason he had Trump in the first place is the system is broken and we need to do something dramatic to fix it.
Right.
And he's had one foot on both horses the whole time, trying to figure out how to maintain his balance. And what you're seeing at this point is neither side of a party is happy. The progressives feel like we're not getting our needs met. We're not, frankly, there's a lot of issues where you're talking about voting or police reform that we aren't even dealing with anymore at the DC level. And the moderates are afraid of the social agenda. And so this party has got to get around a table and figure out that we're either going to hang together or hang separately, to your point, in the midterm elections. But this is, I think that Biden has somehow managed to disappoint both wings of the party. I think he's got time to fix it. But I think it's not only that he had the people who want the kindness, he also wanted people who want to change.
In fairness to him, on Scott's point, Gloria noted this, I think if you had said we were going to have a Delta variant, if you had said there were going to be large groups of vaccine resistors in this country who wouldn't get vaccinated, and then that would be politicized to the degree that it was, you'd know that this wasn't going to be easy. And he's confronted that and some other things that perhaps he couldn't anticipate, and some that perhaps he could. But there is a sense of unsettlement that there are a lot of things that are out of control. And you know, this, by the way, I think is one of the reasons why it's even more important than ever for him to pass these bills quickly to show a measure of control and progress. Because more than anything, what he promised was competence.
How much of this is a message just the Democratic Party that it's too far left? I mean, that if you're the Squad, or if you're, you know, someone who's been calling for defund police, or socialism or democratic socialism.
I wonder if Thierry had been able to stick on a message of economic progress, you know, family leave and minimum wage and that kind of stuff, and maybe we wouldn't be making this argument. In other words, there was an economic message from the Democrats that was available and was necessary given the rising costs. But what happened is we pulled out of our own federal bill all the family leave stuff. You're undermining the economic message for Terry McAuliffe and leave him with Trump is bad and vaccine mandates are good. I don't know that this is an up or down vote on progressive politics.
And he leaned in to the school issue. I was stunned when he handed Youngkin the issue of the campaign. I don't think parents should be involved in the schools. And then literally on the eve of the election, he's running around Virginia with Randy Weingarten, the head of the union that kept the schools closed. It's not just the curriculum issue. The schools were closed. Parents were pissed. They knew they should have been open. And McAuliffe not only handed it to Youngkin on a tee, he then at the end of the campaign flipped everyone off and said, I'm going to even run on it even harder. And it has killed him in these suburbs.
Youngkin did not start out as an education candidate. He became an education candidate because there were mistakes that were made, and he was talking to these voters out here who had homeschooled their kids for 18 months.
Right, but isn't that what every politician does, or
what they're
supposed to do?
And I would also argue that a candidate should come to a race with a belief beforehand, not a belief that you sort of just get on the road, but you refine it. You know, you refine it, and Terry McAuliffe handed this to him.
Yes.
But because even though Youngkin may have run a very good campaign, the problem is with the Democrats right now, because they keep getting in their own way. They can't prove to the country that they can govern. And we know they have slim majorities. We understand all of that. But this is not a communications problem. This is a problem of telling people what you believe and doing it.
Let's go back to Jake in D.C. Jake?
Thanks, Anderson. Well, we're sitting here at the Magic Wall, me and my friend John King, and we're looking at this New Jersey governor's race, and the vote keeps coming in, and Chitterelli keeps expanding his lead, the Republican over the incumbent Democratic governor. And we should note, no Democratic governor has been reelected in the state of New Jersey since the 1970s. We don't know what's going to happen. There's still a lot of outstanding vote. But look at this. The Republican Jack Chitterelli, 62,000 votes ahead of the incumbent Democratic governor Phil Murphy, 51.7% to 47.5%. Where are the votes that we're waiting for? There's still 48% of the vote coming in.
So about half of the vote still to count, which if you're in Murphy campaign headquarters, you say, okay, we're a blue state. That better be our vote. But especially down here, I'll show you in a minute, there's a lot more red on the map down here than there was 4 years ago. And significantly, there's a lot more red right up here in the northeastern corner of New Jersey, which is Bergen County, which is suburban New York, essentially across. It's the #1 county by population, 10% of the state population, and Jack Chitterelli is leading in a traditionally more moderate, competitive suburban, Democratic congressman now. But traditionally, if you rewind the tape 15 or 20 years, this is a competitive area. That has not been the case in the suburbs in the last 15 or 20 years. It started before Trump. It was accelerated under Trump. This, again, 35% of the vote, 2/3, a little shy of that left to be counted, so we have to wait. But if this stays red, that is, again, part of what could be a big message of this night. So you pull it back out, mentioned 63,000 votes. If you're Phil Murphy, you're saying, are there enough Democratic votes as the other half comes in, just shy of that, to come back? The answer is yes, but you better start to see them. Hudson County here, nearly 60% of the vote counted. So this is a place where you see 40,000 votes right there, so he has to continue, Phil Murphy has to continue to keep that 73% to 26 margin as the rest of those come in.
It won't be enough in Hudson County.
That's not enough. So here's where the biggest outstanding, because you're only at 20% of the vote, shy of that, 18% in the third largest county. Essex is Newark and the area around Newark, suburbs, and you're seeing it's about 9% of the statewide population. there's a lot of hope in the Murphy campaign right now on Essex County because
There's
it is
only
below.
18% of the
Right,
vote in.
Right. So
Okay.
you're counting on that there. But then you come back, start moving down here. You're at half of the vote in Union County, and again, you're winning. Let's just look at a little comparison. What we have seen throughout the night: Republicans overperforming the Republican from 4 years ago, Democrats underperforming. In this case, Phil Murphy's own performance. He was the candidate 4 years ago. Phil Murphy in Union County, 65%. You think, wow, that's great, right? 30 points 4 years ago. You come back here now, it's not quite as big. Again, the margins matter. We were talking about that in Virginia. And when you move down, as we go south in New Jersey, then it gets even more consequential. This is Middlesex County, the second largest of the 21 counties in New Jersey. And again, Phil Murphy at 56%, but 70% of the vote is in. This one, he's running about even to last time, right? It's a big population center for Democrats. He's running about even. You hope there. But elsewhere, Jake, as we keep moving down, just do it right here, and you just draw this part of the state. You look here, right? That's where we are right now in 2021. You go back to the map 4 years ago, you see all that blue.
Look at that.
You see all that blue, right? And so in a race, he won with 56% of the vote 4 years ago. We come up now, and Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican, is at 52% of the vote because he is flipping the counties down here. He is running, let's just look at the Republican performance, right? Jack Ciattarelli tonight, 62%, so the number could change. At 64% in Morris County, you go back 4 years ago, he's running 10 percentage points higher.
Yeah.
So Republicans are overperforming in Republican areas, which is what, Democratic president, off-year election, trying to send a message to Joe Biden and the Democratic Party. That's what you might expect to happen as you come up there. Bang, 64%. But this would be a flip. Bergen County, if you're in the Murphy campaign, this is your biggest worry right now because that tells you something. As you pull it back out just to check, still 61,000 votes, 54%. There are enough Democratic votes out there still, but this is another wow.
Go back into Bergen County for 1 second, because this is, if Ciattarelli continues this path, he will have flipped the most populous county in the state of New Jersey. Democrat Josh Gottheimer represents some of that district. He's a moderate Democrat. He's been out there sounding the alarm that he thinks the House Democrats have been running to the left too much. He wants the bipartisan infrastructure bill to pass. He does not want a lot of the other things that Democrats are talking about. This must terrify him tonight.
It must. You could argue this might increase his leverage tonight in the sense if he wants to come back to Washington and say, shrink it, slow down, don't be so big, don't be so bold. But we'll see how that plays out. But you're making a critical point about the switch in places. Again, the Democrats for the last 25 years have been gaining in the suburbs. In the Trump years, it went on steroids. This being read tonight, you go back into the 2017 election, Phil Murphy won this county with 57% of the vote. This
15 percentage points.
Right. This is not a 50-50. 4 years ago was not a 50-50 that Phil Murphy just eked out, so we should not be surprised that it's competitive in a much less favorable year for the Democrats. And to the 2020 presidential election, pop it up right here. Again, this was a non-starter. That's an 17 points there, 16 points or more for Trump versus Biden. So for that to go, that was 1 year ago.
Right.
That was 1 year ago.
Right.
58% for the Democratic president 1 year ago. Then you come back here and you're looking at 45% for the Democratic candidate 1 year later. The incumbent governor who thinks he had a pretty good record on COVID to run on. Again, we have to count the rest of the votes. This could change. The maps change. That's the one thing we learned in doing all this. But again, just look at the red, right? Just focus. This is 2021. It's a heck of a lot more blue in 2017.
And let's look at, do you have the underperformance model thing?
We do not for this.
You don't have it for this one? Okay. So, but I mean, the idea...
But I can show it to you. You can just go through and look at it.
You can just go state by state. He's basically underperforming
Just go through and look at it. Look at where Ciattarelli is here in Hunterdon County, right? 61%, right? So you're looking at there, again, 94%. So this one's about almost done. So you're looking at 11,000 votes right there, right? So you just go back 4 years ago. 50. You think that doesn't matter, 59%, but look at that number, right? 26,000 there.
Yeah.
Republicans are coming out, right? It's a couple thousand votes here, a couple thousand votes there. But Republican turnout is good. You come back down here, Mercer County, 54%. It's only half of the vote. So again, this could change. But you see here, this is Trent.
Right. It's not over for Phil Murphy, but it is a lot. It's a lot tighter than anyone thought it would be.
Right.
Let's go to
10 points higher there. He was 10 points higher in that county 4 years ago.
I'm guessing a lot of the same issues as in Virginia in terms of education, in terms of taxes, in terms of what they want their leaders to be focused on. Let's go back to Virginia if we can, John.
Sure can.
I want to check in because we've gotten some more votes coming in.
Back out.
Okay. So now we have 89% of the vote in Virginia. Glenn Youngkin, the lead he has is shrunk a bit. It was about 200,000. Now it's about 111,000. But still, Glenn Youngkin, the Republican, 51.6% of the vote. Terry McAuliffe, the Democrat, the former governor, 47.7%. So there's about 11% of the vote is outstanding to count. I don't see it, but tell me where those outstanding votes are. I don't see potentially enough to make up 111,951.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I don't see it in the sense, especially, let's take the McAuliffe campaign at what it is saying. What the campaign is saying. Terry McAuliffe did not say this in his speech where he thanked his supporters and he thanked his campaign. And he said he didn't say anything about who wins and who loses. He did not concede. But their campaign is saying, well, what about Fairfax? Okay, well, what about Fairfax? We're at 95%. Right? We're at 95%. He's getting 60% of the vote there, which is a strong performance in Fairfax. But let's say another 20,000, 15 or 20,000 votes come in Fairfax. Let's say Terry McAuliffe won 100%. He's getting 64% right now. If 25,000 more votes came in and he won 100% of them, it's not enough. No. Right? They say look at Richmond. Right? So you look at Richmond. Richmond is now up to 95%. So again, he's winning by a lopsided margin here. So let's say if several thousand more votes come in, you're talking about several thousand more votes. You're talking 5, maybe 6,000 votes at the high end. At the high end, right? If Terry McAuliffe won 100% of them, it still doesn't get you 111,000. And most of the Republican vote is in, but we just wander through. I'm just going through as I go. So you see 99% here. We're done. Right? You see 95% here. But you get some of these, at least a few moments ago. Let's see. No, more of them are up. I was going through these a while ago. There's one at 82%. So there's some in some of these smaller counties, they're still in the 80s, right? That's 95. They filled in a lot more in the last 20 minutes or so.
Let's go to what we were studying, the outside Virginia Beach, the suburbs in the southeast corner of the state.
And they are still red.
He kept them red.
He's kept them red. So let's see the percentages. We're up to 71% here. That's a lopsided margin. That's hard. It's hard to make that up. You're at 91% here in Chesapeake.
Just to remind people, so last year these were blue for Biden.
They were overwhelmingly blue. This is last year. That's last. See all the blue down here. That's 1 year ago. One year ago in the presidential race.
4 years ago.
And again, the margins, 52. They're not huge, but 52. 52.
A win's a win.
And 58. Yeah. Right, 58. A win is a win there. So that's where we were 1 year ago.
What about 4 years ago when Northam won, the Democrat?
All blue.
All blue.
All blue. All blue. And by, again, Northam from the area, they were more competitive, 52. But this is what Youngkin had to do. Go into previously competitive suburban areas that have wandered away from the Republicans. This is especially in the Trump years. These were more recently Republican areas. In the Trump years, they have gone away from the Democrats. So what did Youngkin have to do? He had to take places that were blue and turn them red. And he's done it here. You want to take a look at this. Watch this map as we go through this Virginia race, okay? So you want to let's look at places that Northam won in 2017, right?
Bang.
Look at the flips.
I mean, it's just.
So you're just seeing areas where, you're seeing areas where the Democrat is underperforming. And you come back. Let's take this one off and come up again to show this is the live vote right now. McAuliffe underperforms Biden. Almost everywhere, right? Nothing. You didn't see anything turn off, right? McAuliffe underperforms Biden. Youngkin overperforms Trump, right? You see some, not a ton. So you come through this, but you just see the Democratic. You could look at it in the numbers here. This is where it jumps out to me. So you look here, right? Washington, D.C. is here. Arlington, Alexandria, Fairfax, Prince William County. You move out. Yeah. So look at the margin, right? In the Republican areas. So the Republican's going to win this county, right?
Sure.
But it's all about margins.
Not by 70-30.
And look and do the raw math, right? So the percentages, right? The Republicans need the raw math here to offset the bigger counties here. So you're looking there just shy of 10,000 votes.
And what was this?
So you go back 4 years ago and you're looking at 6,000 votes. So 6,000 votes versus 9,000, close to 10,000 votes. That's 3,000 votes. It matters. And then you do the flip side of it. You come in here. This is 2017. Ed Gillespie loses by 20,000 plus, right? 23,000 and change. You come back to this year. Yes, Glenn Youngkin loses, but by 16,000.
There was just clearly, and this is obvious to anybody who had set foot in Virginia in the last month, a lot more enthusiasm for Glenn Youngkin among his supporters than there was for Terry McAuliffe among his supporters.
Right, and you don't have to win everywhere. It's about margins. It's about running it up where you have your voters, and he did.
And what he did definitely,
cutting into the margins where you have to.
And what he did definitely, as we talked about earlier, is he kept this very Trumpy part of the state, of the Commonwealth, while also winning over enough, or at least not turning off enough people in the Northern Virginia. Let's go back to New Jersey for a second, because that one is still
65,000 votes.
65,000 is the Republican Jack Ciattarelli still ahead with 55%. Reporting, we're still. Where are we on Hudson County?
So let's walk through. This is Essex first, which is the biggest.
okay.
That's the biggest county with a relatively small percentage of the vote in. So you're looking at that right there. Then you move over to Hudson County, which is getting close to 60%. This is the fourth largest county in the state. Again, big margin for Murphy. So the potential to run up considerably more votes there. Again, you move just to the north. Bergen County stuck at 35%. Here's the key. So we're at 35% in the biggest county, which would be a major flip if it stays red. When we get up to 50, and we get up to 55, does this stay red? If that's the case, then you start doing what we're doing in Virginia. Okay, if Phil Murphy's going to lose this, where can he make that up? And that gets interesting, if not hard, in the sense that you're seeing down here again, change, right? Elections, what's new, what's changed, what's the message? Look at all that blue, that's 2017. When Phil Murphy won in a walk, 15 points. Then you come here, you're seeing a lot more red on the map, and it's not just in areas where you say, oh, they've been Republican before, up in the suburbs as well. It's Republicans are running stronger everywhere. The question here is it enough? 63,000 votes at 55%.
And when you talk about the theme of these two, Virginia and New Jersey, change. That's the theme. Change. People want change.
Here's what you're looking at right now.
Yeah.
Two of the states, one of the bluest states in America. This is a relatively new blue state, but again, Republicans have not won statewide since 2009. That's 11 years. That's 11 years they haven't won statewide, right? And so you have had Democratic governors, you have had Democratic senators, you have had presidential wins by Obama and by Biden, and by Hillary Clinton. And by Hillary Clinton. So when you see this red on the map, that is a message. That is a shot across the bow to the Democratic Party. They're not done yet. We need to be careful about that. We're not done yet. We haven't called this yet, although the numbers here, again, we're at 91%. It's getting close. We knew it was going to, it's going to tighten up because as they count votes up here late. But again, Fairfax, what's left? There's not enough. So you check over here, much smaller, Alexandria, but it's at 86%.
Right.
So a little more comes in, it's not enough. Up in Arlington here, they're at 95%. And so you're looking at the places that are the deepest blue, where the Democrats going to get 60%, 70% or more. They're in. And again, we come down here, another example about margins. Glenn Youngkin winning Chesterfield County, which the Democrat, just narrowly, but the Democrat won. Margins matter. Margins matter. And then so they're winning in the suburbs south of Richmond, central part of the state, or down, more conservative, right? Traditionally Republican suburbs that ran from the party under Trump. And Henrico County here, Glenn Youngkin is losing. And you say, oh, that's terrible. You see that margin right there. But then you go back in time, and a little bit more.
Just a little better.
Just a little bit better.
And one of the things that's interesting that while we talk about all of this is I think the exit polls indicated that the economy was one of the most important issues. And I know Terry McAuliffe thought he was a very pro-jobs governor when he was governor before, but he ran in a way, a Democrat was saying to me earlier, Terry McAuliffe basically ran as an incumbent, right? And Glenn Youngkin ran as an agent of change. Well, this is a change year. Right? And right now, in terms of like economics being the most important issue, inflation, gas prices, home heating prices, the economy is not back where people wanted it to be because of the Delta variant and COVID, et cetera. Not to mention then the local issues that have to do with education. Glenn Youngkin ran a deft, agile campaign where he kept the Trump people and in fact increased the numbers, did not alienate it, and convinced some people in the southeastern part of the state that they should try to go with him.
And so this will be heavily studied in the sense that how did a guy overwhelmingly win Trump country who for the whole campaign kept Trump out here, said, don't come, I don't want you here, I'm doing this myself.
Well, he wasn't that rude about it.
Yeah, he wasn't that rude about it. He wasn't that rude about it. You're right, which is key, actually. He definitely sent the message, I don't want you here. He did it by saying, I'm doing this all by myself.
Yes.
Nobody's coming in for me.
Coming, exactly.
I'm going to do this. But Trump repeatedly endorsed him. And again, if you looked at the Trump messages, yes, he complained about his big lie, voter fraud here, voter fraud there. But what he said was this time he said, flood the system. Flood the system. Flood the system in Virginia. So does Trump deserve credit for this? People will debate that forever. But Glenn Youngkin did not get into a war with Trump, which kept is a better way to put it, a very unified Republican energy, Jake. You pick up the disaffected Democrats. More importantly, you pick up independents who are up for grab right now if you look at the president's approval rating. And so if you're looking at the map right now, haven't called it yet, but Virginia looks to be more and more as the last votes come in. And this one we're going to continue to watch as we get later into the night. Again, there's still room for a Democratic comeback here, but New Jersey, as you get up to 58%, now, no matter how it ends up, it is sending a message. The question is, does it stay red?
All right, John King, fascinating. And we have an update right now on the historic mayor's race in Boston. Anissa Essaibi-George conceded the race a short while ago. Even with votes still outstanding, her opponent, Michelle Wu, now is poised to become the first woman and the first woman of color to ever lead Boston. Mayor-elect Wu spoke moments ago. Take a listen.
Today at the polls, and over this last year, and over generations in this city, Boston has come together to reshape what is possible. We are the city of the first public school in the country, the first public park, the first subway tunnel in the country. We're the city of revolution, civil rights, marriage equality. Boston has always been that city that punches above our weight, where our activism, our community, our joy radiates out into progress across the country. And today, together, we are marching into Boston's promise.
That is Mayor-elect Michelle Wu of Boston. A historic victory for her. Let's talk about it with our panel. It was going to be a historic victory no matter which one of the candidates won, but there you go, Mayor-elect Wu.
It really is remarkable. You guys were talking about Bergen County, where I'm from. Maybe you should talk to the Boston guy over there also. But the notion of an Asian American woman as the mayor of Boston, and one of the reasons why maybe it's not that unbelievable in 2021 is because how much that city has changed, so much like other cities around the country, in that it is now minority majority, meaning whites in Boston are now the minority and vice versa. She is such an interesting figure as well. She's a protege of Elizabeth Warren, who, of course, is the state's senator. And she is somebody who has been kind of well-known in Democratic politics, but she never, and she was up against, of course, another Democrat, but she had more of the middle-of-the-road, if you will, campaign and more traditional establishment campaign. And I think it's possible, maybe it's a less extreme version of this, but it's possible to put this in the bucket tonight of examples of Democrats winning who are more like that and less on the progressive side, even though she would consider herself a progressive, but not in the ways others would.
And there's an intense mayor's race going on in Buffalo as well. Nia Malika, bring us up to speed on that.
Yeah, it looks like Byron Brown, who was the write-in candidate, but is also the incumbent mayor. I think he first got elected in 2006. He lost the primary to the Democratic challenger, also a Democratic socialist, but he has declared himself the winner in that race. He was running against her as someone who was an extreme candidate and would sort of ruin the progress that many folks have seen in Buffalo. So that's an interesting detail here. He passed out stamps with his name on it, so people could just go to the polls and write in his candidacy with a stamp. And so it looks like he's going to remain the incumbent mayor of Buffalo.
And just think about this. Yeah, he's going to remain the mayor of Buffalo, it seems. You said the more moderate of the two in Boston. That Minneapolis ballot measure to replace the police department with the public safety department goes down, despite the progressive support for it. It just is, we are learning a lot about where voters are in the Democratic Party right now and how Democrats are going to, in Washington, start positioning themselves around this. We've spent the last several months in Washington observing a battle between moderates and progressives up on Capitol Hill. Voters, I think, are making pretty clear, again, not just tonight, which they are doing that, but in this year's primary season, in the presidential primary, of where they believe the Democratic Party should be positioned. Add, into that the panic that is now going to ensue inside the Democratic Party because of how well Republicans are doing in these key two big gubernatorial contests. And you've got, and the tradition of the Democratic Party doing the circling firing squad thing, and you've got now Joe Biden, if he thought he had headaches when he went overseas before this trip, he is coming home to dealing with a massive amount of political headaches inside his own.
But can I just say something? The Youngkin, well, we haven't called Youngkin yet, but let's suffice it to say he's having a very good night.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think that this is a surprise. Like, there are plenty of people who have set foot in Virginia who have said it feels like Youngkin might do well here, and his numbers started going up. When I would ask Democrats about this, they would, no, it's going to be tight, but we're going to win. It's going to be tight. Now, maybe that's just what they're saying to me, even though it's off the record. But still, there is an out-of-touchness. Did they really not see this coming?
Well, in my conversations with Democrats, Jake, in advance of the Virginia governor's race, was this notion that had the state, just in the political DNA of the state, we know it's been trending Democratic over these last many years, had it moved enough to move out of reach of a Republican, even a very skilled, successful Republican like Glenn Youngkin, who navigated the Trump factor, who was campaigning on the issues of where the voters are, was the state just too Democratic and move out of reach for that? The Youngkin folks were saying, no, we think we are in this and we've got this. But that's what I think Democrats are saying. I didn't hear any Democrats say, Virginians are rejecting what Youngkin is presenting.
I think just to bring it back to where you started this conversation, which is exactly where we're going to be going, David, on what this means for the party. And we see the movement towards the middle, if you will, or more importantly, more aptly, the rejection of a lot of these progressive ideas and the candidates in conjunction with that. What is going to happen, like, in the next 2 days here in Washington? Because it is true that since Joe Biden won the Democratic primary in the presidential in 2020, the party has been largely embracing the so-called moderate wing. But he has embraced a lot of the progressive ideas, which that, number one, and number two, progressives have a really large number. They have big numbers in the House of Representatives, which is why they have had leverage. And so that is going to be a question about that tug of war and how that is going to shift. I'm already hearing from some moderate Democrats that they're going to want to see changes in the bill that they took so long to negotiate, maybe to make it, to take some things out that are going to be used against them in campaigns.
Well, and quite frankly, if you look at what started out in that bill, the Build Back Better Act, and what is there now, a lot of the most popular provisions have been taken out. They're still wrangling over whether or not to include Medicare expansion, which is very popular when you poll for it. They're still wrangling on whether or not to allow Medicare to negotiate for lower prescription drug costs.
And it's not clear that that bill in 2022 will affect those voters that are turning against the Democratic Party over economic and cultural issues, right? Are those people going to feel what that bill does around Medicare, around child care? It's unclear. I mean, if you look back to 2020, the Republicans not named Trump did quite well, right? They overperformed to the surprise of everybody in the House and the Senate. And a lot of those Republicans ran on the economy and on cultural issues. And what did Glenn Youngkin run on? He ran on the economy and cultural issues. And so far, it doesn't look like Democrats have a real answer for the cultural war arguments or the economy at this point, if you look at sort of inflation, the price of gas, and issues like that.
Yeah, I mean, there haven't been, I mean, that's what people are talking about right now. The gas prices are too high. Inflation is costing me. What are the Democrats doing about that? By the way, we haven't even talked about the message being sent tonight in New Jersey, in Dana's beloved New Jersey. Bergen County, as of the last time we looked at the map, a place that has a Democratic congressional representative for much of it, Josh Gottheimer, a moderate, and a place that Democrats have performed really well in. Last time we looked, the Republican, Ciattarelli, is winning in that county.
Republicans I'm talking to in New Jersey are surprised, and Democrats are very, very concerned. for lots of reasons. I mean, you talk about Bergen County. When I grew up there was a moderate Republican. And so it really is a swing district. The lines have changed.
Look, I'm just looking at the map. There was 60% of the vote in. Citarelli's still up 51.5% to 47.7%.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people saw that coming. It's still 40% of the vote to be counted, but still.
Yeah, there's still a lot to be counted. But what is happening, I think David can speak to this too, because he's also from New Jersey and is talking to people back in his hometown, is what we're seeing. We're seeing the numbers on the gubernatorial level. But if you look even down into the counties that we're talking about and those local officials, Democrats are losing.
Yeah.
That happened in Paramus, for example. Not to get too provincial here, but why does it matter? It matters because it is the local level, the local issues where people are making their voices heard. And in some examples, anecdotally, that I've heard, they're making their voices heard by getting rid of the Democrats, even at that local level.
It is an anti-incumbent mood right now, clearly, in Democrats in New Jersey and in Virginia are the incumbents. They're the incumbent party. I just want to explain for our viewers right now why CNN has not yet called some of these races. Here is the latest from the governor's race in the Commonwealth of Virginia. 94% of the vote is in, and Glenn Youngkin is up 51.1% to 48.1%. He has a 92,112 vote lead. We're still waiting for 6% of the vote to come in. It is still a tight race. I mean, things obviously, to state the obvious, look very positive for Glenn Youngkin and the Republicans, but we are waiting for some more votes to come in before we call it, and that is the status of that.
Jake, can I just say, it's worth noting, remember earlier in the evening, we saw an 11-point lead for Glenn Youngkin, right? This is now a three-point race. You are right. It is hard to see the math from McAuliffe right now, and Democrats will tell you that too. I'm not trying to suggest otherwise, but what I am saying is this is why you don't make a projection yet when there's still mathematical possibility of enough go out. You just want to make sure that as much of that vote gets in.
Yes, he was up by 11 percentage points. Now he's up by 3 percentage points. He was up by 200,000 votes. Now he's up by 92,000 votes. Again,
and is still having a very good night.
I think we all know where this is headed, but we're just being cautious because there's still votes to count, John King.
Still votes to count. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm just going county by county by county as you go through this just to see, okay, so here we are, 51 to 48. Look, if Glenn Youngkin was going to win the race in Virginia, we knew it was not going to be by 5, 6, 8, or 10 points as we saw earlier tonight. So you knew it was going to get tighter, and we know that the Democratic areas tend to come in later. But 92,000 votes with 94% reporting. So then you start thinking, okay, is it possible? So you're up here, 95% in Loudoun County, one of the more populated suburbs near Washington, D.C. McAuliffe is winning. Might pick up some votes there, but he's not winning by a ton, so you're not going to pick up a ton of votes. You move over to Fairfax County, which is the #1 basket of votes, and McAuliffe's running quite well here, 64% to 35%, but they're at 95%. So again, this is where you might see, we might see 10, 15,000, maybe as many as 20,000 more votes come in. But even if McAuliffe won 100% of them, which he's not, he's winning right now somewhere in the ballpark of 65. So if you think it's relatively close to that, you'll make up ground, but not enough to make up a statewide lead of 92,000 votes. So you keep looking on the map in the blue areas, right? And so you come down to the city of Richmond. The McAuliffe campaign has mentioned this. Yes, there are some more votes to come in heavily Democratic Richmond, but it's at 95%. So again, add a couple thousand, maybe a few thousand, when you come back out to the 86,000. See, here we go. This is what's happening, right? So now we're getting close.
His lead is shrinking a little bit.
His lead is shrinking as these come in, but I keep looking and you come through. Again, Norfolk, 75%. So here's a place where you're going to see some more Democratic votes come in. The question is, 25% more. Okay, so maybe, there may be, several thousand. It's possible. Terry McAuliffe picks up several thousand votes there. The question is it, as I was saying earlier, the Republican pads it by 100 here, 1,000 there. That was the cushion that Glenn Youngkin built early. Can Terry McAuliffe come back late? We could go through every one of these, 100-plus counties, right? 133 of them, 86% here. Youngkin's likely to pick up a couple more votes as you count, the last 14% in a heavily Republican county. So if you look at the dynamic, it tells you it is most unlikely, most unlikely that Terry McAuliffe can make that up. Mathematically impossible if you look at all of the outstanding vote across the state, no. But at this point, when you get up to 95%, it gets very hard when your major Democratic population centers here, again, 95% in a place where you're winning, but not hugely, Just come into Fairfax City, 95%. This is Fairfax County, 95%. Move over here, Arlington County, 95%.
Yeah, at a
the
certain
city
point,
of
you just-
Alexandria, 86%.
You run out of buckets at a certain point.
Right, or again, 86% in Alexandria, where you're winning by 24,000 votes, a little shy of that right there. As the other 14% comes in, you can anticipate Terry McAuliffe's going to cut into it more. The question is there enough to cut into 84,000? Well, an hour ago it was 111,000, so it has been shrinking. That's a fact. That's a fact. So if you're a Democrat, you say, I'm going to wait till you get to the finish line, which you have every right to do. It gets mathematically improbable as you get to, everybody gets up to 95% or close to 95%. But look, we live in very unpredictable times. The Republican is leading in Virginia by 84,000 votes. That is a shock to the system. There is no reason to not say, let's get to the finish line. Let's keep counting.
While we're talking about improbable, go up I-95 to Jersey for a second. Look at this.
Yeah.
Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican, up by 70,000 votes, 51.6% to 47.6%, with 62% of the vote in.
And that's where that number now gets very significant. When you have a healthy margin both in percentage-wise and in raw vote totals, when you start to get, now you're closing in on 2/3 of the vote. You're above 60%, closing in on 2/3. So again, it's the same experiment, and they're doing this at every campaign headquarters, calling all their officials in these counties or bringing them in to the vote room in there. I'm coming back to this again because this is the #1 county in the state, population-wise. Bergen County, 10% of the population. And this at the moment is a flip, and we're up to close to 68%. It's tightened a tiny bit, but it's still 53-46 in a place Governor Murphy won with 57% of the vote 4 years ago. So that tells you that the Murphy map is in trouble when you have the Republican leading here. So then you come down here to Hudson County, which is Jersey City. Again, we were talking earlier, Jake, they were not at 65% the last time we spoke when I said, you look at these big places, potential for more Democratic votes.
Yeah.
More votes have come in, but now you're up to 65%. So how much more? You have a third of the vote left, right? And you have just shy of 50,000 vote difference there. So yes, Phil Murphy has the potential to make up some votes here. This is the one we've been waiting on for a very long time. And this is when you start to get on the phone to local election officials and say, why? Why have we been at 18% in Essex County, which is Newark, for a very long time? Look, elections are hard to administer anyway. They are more hard to administer in the COVID pandemic. These are mostly incredibly, good public servants. But you do reach a point sometimes when you're looking at it's 11:08 in the evening where you start to think, why has that been stuck there for a long time? There may be a good reason for it, and we'll be calling in to find out. But if you're in the Murphy campaign, you might know more about this. Or if you're in the Ciattarelli campaign, you might know more about this because you have people on the ground in these places. But Essex County, the third largest county in the state, just shy of 9% of the state population, if you are the Democratic candidate and you are right now down 72,000 votes, your fate most to at least put this into
your fate lies in Newark.
Your fate lies in Newark and the vicinity. Again, you can come over to Trenton. Phil Murphy's winning 10 points, about half of the vote in.
How did he do 4 years ago in Trenton?
There are votes here. 64.
Look at that, 10 points.
Yeah.
So he is way underperforming by 10 points at least in lots of these places, much worse in Bergen County. And the Republican is way overperforming. And I think it's just important for us to remember the backdrop here. The backdrop is that President Biden's approval ratings are underwater. More people in the United States disapprove of his job performance than approve of his job performance. Yes. Inflation is up. Prices are up in terms of home heating oil. The economy has not bounced back the way people wanted. People are still struggling with COVID. A lot of frustration in schools in New Jersey and in Virginia with mask policy, vaccine policy, parents frustrated because schools were closed to in-person learning for so long. There is a discontent. You look at the right track, wrong track numbers. You ask voters, is the country on the right track or the wrong track? It's something like 75% say the wrong track. Now, they might blame it on anybody. Who knows who they blame it on? But there's an anti-incumbent mood.
Democrats benefited for the entire Trump presidency. 2018 midterms, Nancy Pelosi becomes Speaker. 2020, Biden wins election, flips Georgia, flips Arizona. Democrats benefited all those years from Trump-exhaustion. There was Trump-exhaustion in the country, particularly in suburbs like that, Bergen County, New Jersey. The Democrats benefit. Now you have 19 months into the COVID pandemic. You have COVID exhaustion, whether it's from a public health standpoint, whether it's what about my kids at school standpoint, whether it's about why has the economy come booming back standpoint. And remember, 1 year ago, when Joe Biden did that in New Jersey, he said, elect me. The economy will come back. We will have calm. We will have progress.
We'll conquer
we will get
COVID.
things done in Washington. COVID will be better.
Right.
The economy will be better. We're coming back, and we will have no Trump chaos. What do we have? We have a lot of Democratic chaos in Washington right now. They have not produced at the rate Biden has promised. They may yet, but if you're Phil Murphy tonight, or if you are Terry McAuliffe tonight, one thing you are saying, muttering to yourself as you watch these final votes come in, is both campaigned with Joe Biden. Sometimes you run away, sometimes you say, I have no choice. Both campaigned with Joe Biden. Terry McAuliffe made quite clear his displeasure with the state of play in Washington. I'm guessing Phil Murphy is watching this come in tonight and thinking how much of this is me and how much of this is out of my control.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of them, both McAuliffe and Murphy, would have loved at the very least the bipartisan infrastructure bill, some tangible result. We happen to have the good fortune of two children of the Garden State, two New Jerseyans, on our panel this evening. As a Philadelphian, normally I would take umbrage, but they are here. David Chalian, are you surprised at what? First of all, what part of New Jersey are you from? We know
Monmouth County, Central Jersey. I know there's a debate whether Central Jersey
is generally a Republican county. Are you surprised by what we're seeing?
Yes, obviously this is surprising. I mean, again, you went through the math. Joe Biden just won it by 16 points, but it's not that long ago in history in both of these states. After Barack Obama had a big win in 2008, when Bob McDonnell in 2009 in Virginia and Chris Christie in 2009 in New Jersey made their mark. But what you're looking at here, and to Dana's point earlier, you're just hearing, or at least I'm hearing from some local folks in Monmouth County, that even at the township level, some town council seats seem to be going Republican in sweeping fashion. So you're seeing something that's happening at the local level that you are also seeing mirrored at this gubernatorial level. And you're right, John, to say that Murphy must be wondering how much of this is me and how much of this is out of my control, because if you looked in the recent polls, pre-election polls heading into this New Jersey governor's race, Phil Murphy's approval rating was far outperforming Joe Biden's approval rating in the state of New Jersey. Joe Biden was underwater in New Jersey, but Phil Murphy seemed to be a brand of his own. That's what they thought going into this election night. Well, it doesn't look like Democrats have individual brands right now, the way that these vote totals are coming in. And so if indeed, and again, I know there is more vote to come, but John, you said earlier tonight, Bergen County, you were going to start saying if it's still red when 50% to 55% of the vote is in, and I
Look
think
at that.
What is it at now?
58%.
58%. Citarelli is up.
So that's a chunk of vote there. So
And so just to make your point, to make the point, this is, Dana Bash spent a lot of her childhood here in Bergen County. The Republican, it's only 58%. It can change, right? The Republican at 53%. 4 years after the Democrat won with 57%, right? So now let's move down to David Chalian's Monmouth County. Yes, this is a Republican county. It was carried by the Republican 4 years ago, but the Republican 4 years ago got 55% of the vote. The Republican tonight is getting 61% of the vote. So Republicans are overperforming. Republicans are coming out of the woodwork to vote. And I believe you saw some of this in the exit polls. They are getting help from independents, especially suburban independents who, again, went Democratic in the Trump years, who are now 1 year into the Biden presidency, clearly rethinking where they stand.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to note, Dana Bash, I want to get your thoughts on Bergen County, but one of the things that Phil Murphy had going for him 4 years ago was we were almost a year into the Trump presidency. Right. And there were a lot of independents that were turned off by Donald Trump and a lot of Democrats that were motivated to vote. Now we're almost a year into the Biden presidency, and you have the exact opposite happening. Dana.
Yes, and what we are seeing is the historical trends staying true to those trends. In that, we have not called either of these, but just in seeing the way that they've been moving with Virginia especially, that is a place where the voters tend to do the opposite of what happened in the presidential the year before. And New Jersey isn't that different. Again, we don't know what's going to happen in the end, but just the fact that there are trends that people did not expect, particularly the Democrats didn't expect, and quite honestly, a lot of the Republicans didn't expect to be as robust as they are in a lot of these counties, is a real indicator and is very, very interesting. And a lot of the issues in New Jersey and Virginia are the same. they are the same. They are about parents. They are about education. They are COVID exhaustion. They are bread and butter economy issues, but also just wanting to get away from political debates that maybe that they can't connect to or relate to, and kind of swinging back more towards the middle. Remember, New Jersey in particular, this is a state where Chris Christie won not one but 2 terms, and you had several other examples, further back in history, from Christie Todd Whitman to others who were Republicans who won 2 terms. It's the Democrats that have trouble keeping the governor's mansion for more than 1 term. And so the pendulum is swinging back a bit, no matter who wins in each of these states, just the indicators in all of these counties.
Right. And so if it continues, David Chalian just made a point that stirred my memory here, and I'm going to see, I'm not sure if I have all the historical data loaded, but I'm just about to show you. But David just made a point about Chris Christie wins here in 2009. The reason we pay so close attention to these off-year elections in New Jersey and Virginia, the governor's races, is do they foreshadow the midterm mood, right? So you can get too far ahead of yourself sometimes. Sometimes you better be careful not to read too much into any one or any 2 elections. But back in 2009, Bob McDonnell wins in Virginia a year after Obama wins the presidency and sweeps Virginia. Chris Christie wins in New Jersey a year after Obama wins the presidency and sweeps. So let me see if I can do this. I'm going to try this.
And just as a note, you're going to do the House. Okay.
I'm going to try this, and I'm going to go back in time, right? This is Barack Obama wins the presidency. Democrats take a big lead in the House. This is 2008, right? This is 2008, right after the Obama win, right? Fast forward. 2009, as David noted, McDonnell, the Republican, wins in Virginia. Christie, the Republican, wins in New Jersey. 2 states the Democrats thought were blue and moving more blue. And then in 2010, watch the blue. Keep your eye on the blue. That happened.
Yeah, I remember.
Again.
It was a shellacking.
63 seats.
It was like
all that?
a tsunami of red coming over the country. And we have no idea, obviously, what's going to happen in the midterms next year. But we're one to be a Democrat, and one looking at the election results this evening, one would think even if Murphy ends up pulling it out in New Jersey, and we still don't know what's going to happen there, one would think the mood of the country is not with the Democratic Party. It's not.
That's the point David Axelrod was making earlier tonight, and Van as well. Look, the president's on Air Force One. I believe he's on the way back now. I believe he's over the Atlantic Ocean right now. Air Force One has pretty cool technology. He has every idea, President Biden does, about what is happening right here. He's going to land there's supposed to be a House vote Thursday or Friday.
We'll see.
On the 2, there is going to be a ton of conversation in the Democratic Party tonight about what this means. Again, we're not done here. Even if this turns around, if Phil Murphy pulls this out, it's going to be by that, which is in and of itself a message. Again, Bergen County
in a state that Biden won by 16 percentage points 1 year ago. Let's go to New Jersey right now because we have MJ Lee, who is in Asbury Park, New Jersey, with the Governor Murphy campaign headquarters. MJ, this is not the night that Governor Murphy thought he was going to have. What are you hearing?
Well, basically what the Murphy campaign has been saying for a while is that the northern, more Democratic counties still have not come in. So they feel like they are still waiting for those votes to be counted. And that so far in the evening, the more heavily Republican areas have come in. And so when those areas do start reporting, they believe that their numbers will start turning in a more favorable direction. As you can hear around me, CNN has been playing here inside the Murphy event all night. And just to give you some color about the mood in the room, earlier in the evening, whenever you all were showing the numbers for New Jersey, you heard a lot of cheering. We've not heard that kind of cheering in a while, though obviously right now they are cheering because they see themselves on the screen. We expect that the lieutenant governor is going to be coming on stage in a few minutes to deliver remarks, but I can tell you the room has thinned out a little bit since the event opened to guests at 8 in the evening, and a lot of folks in the room, I think, had hoped that at this point in the evening they had seen Murphy, the governor himself, come and deliver a victory speech. Obviously, that has not happened quite yet, Jake.
All right, MJ Lee, thanks so much. Let's go to the Chitterelli headquarters now in Bridgewater, New Jersey, where Evan McMorris-Santo is. Tell us what's going on there. I'm guessing some people are surprised at how great this is going.
Well, Jake, that's right. A couple hours ago, Diane Allen, the lieutenant governor nominee for the Republican Party here, came out and said, hey, everybody, it's early. These numbers are looking pretty good, but let's just keep watching, see what happens. It could get better. It could stay good. A couple hours later, she looks like she was right. It has stayed pretty good. As you say, we don't know what's going to happen yet, but that same Lieutenant Governor nominee, Diane Allen, came out again just a few minutes ago to tell the audience, we're feeling pretty good. We're seeing down ballot numbers that we like. We're seeing results that we like. And just hang on, and this could be a really, really good night for us. You know, it's amazing to see how this race has turned around. It's not something that got a lot of national attention up until really tonight. It wasn't that long ago that Governor Murphy's campaign was running ads about how low the name ID for Jack Ciattarelli was, kind of making a joke about it. It was a funny ad, but it looks like the Republicans here tonight feel like they just might get the last laugh. Jake?
Evan, tell us some of the issues that have been animating the Ciattarelli campaign, why people, beyond the anti-incumbent mood, why so many people who voted for Murphy last time, who voted for President Biden a year ago, why so many people turned out for the Republican Jack Ciattarelli today.
Well, as we heard earlier from MJ in her reporting, this race, a lot of it was about COVID, the pandemic, and the pandemic mitigation strategy and how it worked here. Obviously, this was a place that was hit very hard by it. The place also had a lot of debates and controversies about how to actually deal with it when it came to things like reopening schools, when it came to things like masking policy, things like that. These are the kind of things that all over the country Republicans have been taking advantage of, and they tried to do it here as well, Jay.
Interesting. Thank you so much. Evan, we'll come back to you in a little bit. And with 66% of the vote in, that's 2/3 of the vote out of New Jersey. Jack Ciattarelli still ahead by 67,000 votes, 51.4% to incumbent Democratic Governor Phil Murphy's 47.8%. I mean, it's looking good. Again, lots of votes outstanding, but 2/3 of them are in.
2/3 of them are in. So listen closely to what MJ Lee just said, right? The Murphy campaign says the suburbs in the northern part of the state, they believe a lot of votes are still out. So when a campaign says that, you put it to the test. So here's a Democratic suburb in the northern part of the state. Correct. 37% of the vote in Passaic County. A 10-point margin for Phil Murphy right now. Again, just to go back in time and look.
20-point margin last time.
Yeah, 22 points last time. So now that a win is a win, right? So he went on a blowout last time. He'll take a close win this time if he can come back there. But again, they talk about the suburbs in northern New Jersey. This is the largest one, Bergen County, where they are losing right now. It's gotten a little closer in the margins. It's gotten a little closer. We're up to 71% right now. But again, I say a little closer, 52% for the Republican candidate in a place where the Republican candidate got 42%, 10 points lower, and Phil Murphy got 57%.
Let's go to the statewide right now.
So if you pull it out statewide and pull it up and take a peek, there you go. It's down to 22,000
Down to 22,000 votes with 70% reporting. So still a lot of votes to count, 30% outstanding, and Jack Ciattarelli's margin has just shrunk considerably. It's 49% to 50.2%. That's less than 1 percentage point.
And so now you're in play, and you wonder, so I'm going to look. We were at 18% here. That's where they came from. We're now up to 72%. I would say what I say just a short time ago, at some point you wonder where are the votes. They've gone from 18% to 72% in Essex County, which is 9% of the state population. It's the third largest county in New Jersey. It's home to Newark and the area around it. So this is an urban Democratic area and some suburbs when you get up this way. 73% of the vote. That's where your big vote switch just came from. And so what about these other counties? 65% here. Still some Democratic votes to come here. Middlesex, which is important. This is Union, 78% here. You're up to 70. And then you move down to Middlesex, which is important for Phil Murphy, but 80% of the vote is in. So it will be in the northern part of the state where we're still waiting for votes to be counted. But that made it closer.
But it didn't.
But in some ways, it made it closer. But then in other ways, it also takes more votes. It takes votes, potential additional votes off the board, although still more than 25%. So if this trend line continues, look at the gap there.
Right.
Look at the gap there. That's a lot of raw votes, not just the percentages. That's a lot of raw math when you're trying to cut that.
He can make up the loss in Essex County, right? Or
yes.
Is that,
yes, exactly right.
He can make up the loss, what he's behind in Essex County.
He can make it up alone in Essex County.
Right.
So it's there.
It's by no means over. The larger point, though, is that nobody in the Democratic or Republican Party in Washington, D.C. thought that this was going to be competitive, and it is competitive. It is a competitive night. Now, Phil Murphy, the Democratic governor, may yet pull it out, as you've been saying all night. Still, Jack Ciattarelli up 24,000 votes with 70% of the vote in.
Oh, you just here.
I don't know what I did. Look at that.
Tap that. That's what you did.
Okay. I don't think I touched it, but that's okay.
You touched it.
I don't think I touched it. I think I might have just had like some sort of magic power. But in any case, how come? What's up with this county down here?
There's always one. I love it. This is Salem County. It's the smallest county in the state, so it's not a giant chunk of vote. It's 0.7% of state population. But if you've been with us through a lot of election nights and you get through competitive races, there's always one, especially in a close race where you need every vote.
It's a small county.
What's
they probably have
happening
a very small board of elections.
Right.
A few people working hard.
And they've a lot of times in these smaller counties they count them all and then they do it all at once, as opposed to these other places where we're seeing the vote jump up and up. But you're at 70% statewide now. Again, that's gone from 80,000, closer to 100,000 down. Now it just went back up to 27 from 24.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It went down to 22,000 lead, and now it's going back up to 27,000 lead. We still do these votes. The outstanding votes are not only coming from the Democratic-leaning counties;
Absolutely.
they are also still coming from the Republican-leaning counties.
Absolutely not. This is a Republican area here, and there's only 28% of the vote in here. This is they're up to 95% here. They're up to 90% here. Traditionally Republican Monmouth, and again, it's the margins. Again, it's the margins. If this is tonight, right, at 90%, 61% for the Republican. 4 years ago, just 55% for the Republicans. So the Republicans are coming to play. Again, I assume, we look more closely, you'll see, I'm guessing with the assistance of some independents as well. But again, just a reminder, look down here and look up here, and you go back 4 years ago.
It was a sea of blue, and now it is not.
Right. You want to flip a state, you have to flip big counties, and you're starting to see, especially here, but down here as well, not insignificant. The Republican candidate, just to check, can a Democrat come back? No, it's 88%. So you can make it closer, but you're not going to flip. You're not going to flip a 12-point lead, just shy of a 12-point lead, when 88% of the vote is in. Over here, it's 10 points with 91% of the vote in. So these are counties that the Republican candidate is flipping. And so you watch a Democratic candidate who, you're right, 2 months ago, anyone think we were going to be talking about Phil Murphy tonight? No. There was one poll that showed a 6-point race. Most Democrats shrugged it off and said, it must have got either a bad poll or a bad week. Guess what? 19,000 votes now. So we're getting closer again. So we're doing a little bit of seesaw as these votes come in. I just want to check again to see where they're coming from. 65%, so still waiting here. Stuck at 72 there. 37%. This is, again, here's another place where Phil Murphy's going to make up some votes. He's running at 55%. So if that continues to come in at that rate, there's some votes to be made up here, and 71% here. Bergen County staying red. We'll watch. Still 30% of the vote to count there. So just come back out and look. 19,000 votes. This is where it gets interesting. 19,000 votes, 70% counted.
It's ticking in. Let's go to Virginia for 1 second.
You can just go down yourself. Bring it up. Here we go.
Oh, you didn't like it when I touched it the other time, even though I didn't touch it.
Oh, you turned something off.
So
you could touch it.
It was just a vibe. So I want to compare how Youngkin did this time to how the last Republican who won.
Sure.
Do you have 2009 in there? Do you have? Was that the last time a Republican won?
We don't have 2009.
You don't have 2009.
Race.
Okay.
Yeah.
But one of the things that's just interesting, whether it's Chris Christie in New Jersey,
right,
or Bob McDonnell in Virginia, and we're talking about the last 15 years, we're not talking about the last 2, is when a candidate with an appeal to moderates, a conservative, a center-right candidate or a right-center candidate, whether it's Youngkin or McDonnell in Virginia or Christie, and I don't know what's going to happen with Chitterelli in New Jersey, but these 2 states, the Commonwealth of Virginia and New Jersey, they're not Massachusetts.
No.
Which, by the way, has a Republican governor.
Right.
But, I mean, like, they have not been transformed into San Francisco, is my point.
And they both also have a history of sending a message to the other party when the other party's in the White House.
Right.
And so now you have a Democratic president in the White House. Virginia has a long history. Terry McAuliffe, when he won the first time, he was the exception. The state had...
In 2013.
2013. The state has, since the 1970s, always essentially said, sent a warning.
Throw the bums out every time.
To the president in power. And so they have a history of being, call it contrarian, call it, what you will. But yes, both states have a history of deciding we want to send a message. We don't like what we're seeing from the party in power. That's true. Democrats did not think, because of the growth they made throughout the Trump years, because of the increasing diversity, especially of this state, they just didn't think it was possible or as possible. As it has been in years past. This state has changed so dramatically just in the last 10 years. We looked at it earlier. I'll bring it up again to show you here. This is just, look at the size of the circles, right? That's where the population is, where the Democrats win. But more importantly, turn that off, And if you just look, this is why what Youngkin is doing is so significant in the sense of he is defying demographics. The darker green are the counties that are losing population. The lighter, you see here, light green, 5%.
They're gaining population.
Gaining population. If you're yellow, that's Loudoun County. This is Fairfax up here. You're gaining population, right? So losing population down here, gaining population up here. Turn that off. Come back to the map of the race, right? Just come off and turn. Losing population down here, gaining population up here. If you look at the presidential race and you do it in that context, where Trump won big is shrinking. Where Biden won big is growing. And yet, 1 year after Joe Biden won Virginia by 10 points, we have that.
And there's also a significant lesson I think here for the Republican Party when it comes to how to be a post-Trump, assuming we're in a post-Trump era, and we don't even know that we are, because he might run again in 2024, but how to run and win in a post-Trump era, at least right now, in a purple, let's call it a purple state. And that is, you don't insult Trump, but you don't embrace him and try to be the second coming of Donald Trump.
That will be a giant conversation that has probably begun while we've been here on live television among many Republicans trying to navigate that very difficult challenge in other places next year. I would say that you're absolutely right, and yet you also do have to take into account a very wealthy man who can self-finance, not dependent on any Trump or any party organization for money. And Trump has a lot of sway over some of the party organizations in raising money. That is part of it. So he's a different candidate. But yes, he did manage. Again, I was asking this question of everybody I ran into in the last few days. Name me a Republican candidate who has been able, you're right, politely so, but to keep Trump at a distance, who Trump keeps praising and keeps endorsing. He endorsed him 8 or 9 times and then told his voters to turn out and said, flood the system. Don't just turn out, but flood the system. That's the way to change the election. So Youngkin did something that I have not seen a Republican in the Trump years do, where he made clear that, you're right, politely so, that he was not a giant fan of Trump, yet managed to not only keep Trump's support, but to keep Trump, to not only get Trump voters, but to just light it up.
I think you're kind of overstating. I don't think he ever said he wasn't a gigantic fan of Trump. I think he just said, I'm my own man, I'm going to win my own race. He never distanced himself from Trump. He never criticized Trump. He never said, well, I wouldn't do things that way. He just didn't engage.
Said, this is about me, not about him.
Right. He just didn't engage. And, you know, that worked. That worked. Now,
but Trump historically has not liked that.
No, it's true.
And he just let it go in Virginia.
Right. So. No, it's true. And but I mean, it is a map, a blueprint for a Republican running in. You know, maybe you can't do that in Alabama. I don't know, or South Dakota or Ohio. I have no idea. In Ohio, in the Senate race there, the Republican Senate race, they're jumping over each other. Who can be more Trumpy?
Right.
But Glenn Youngkin. I mean, I saw Ross Douthat from the New York Times, a conservative columnist, I assume somewhat tongue-in-cheek, tweeting Youngkin 2024. But, I mean, it's a little early, and Ross is cheeky, let us say. But the point is, this is a map for conservative policies, winning over suburban voters that Democrats have lost, not sweeping them, but winning over enough of them, keeping the Trump voters, and delivering a state that Hillary Clinton won.
Right, and if this keeps up, then he gets a chance to govern, and we'll see if he can do the governing model as we see it. You make a key point. Another point I would also make is, you know, Republicans are going to study this. How did he manage to thread that needle in the where I was going to say post-Trump era? That's not where we are. Trump's not in office anymore, but the Republican Party is not in the post-Trump era.
It's Trump pause
very
era.
much
Trump pause era.
And Democrats are going to say, you know, Terry McAuliffe thought Joe Biden won by saying, you know me, I've been there, I can do this, you want me. He ran the Biden campaign. Elect me governor of Virginia, just like you elected Joe Biden president. It didn't work. It didn't. 1 year later, it did not work to go to a familiar name and a guy who had been in power before. So Democrats are going to think about that. So why are we looking at this? 85,000 votes, 399, 51 to 48, 95%. So you're looking at, why haven't we called this race? Well, we just want to.
Yeah, what are the counties we're still waiting for?
We know the history, and so again,
5% in Fairfax County.
5% where you're winning, 65, 35 if you round it. So there are some votes to come in here. Is it enough to make up the statewide difference? No.
Nope.
But there are still some votes to come in. Here, McAuliffe's margin is smaller, but we're still going to wait. Again, no Republican has won this state since 2009. So by nature, going to be cautious. Plus, what is the purpose of trying to get out ahead of something when we have the drama? We know who's winning, the Republican. We're just going to finish the math. Prince William County, still waiting, 5% of the vote. Again, a healthy margin for the Democrat here. But if you go back in time, still underperforming where the Democrat was 4 years ago when he won handily. So you're looking on the map and you're just trying to say, is there any mathematical possibility of additional votes? The McAuliffe campaign says keep looking down here. Here's the challenge. If you're at 75, 78, you think more. When you see so many of these places at 95, it's getting very hard. This is Richmond City. You move out here, Henrico County, 95%. It's getting late in the night. Henrico County, 95%. You come down here, much smaller county, Charles City County. And so then the last thing you're looking at is down here. We've talked about this a lot tonight, but in the McAuliffe playbook,
he flipped them.
Those are blue, and they're right now red. And so you're looking, oh, well, can we get them back? First, let's look at the Democratic areas. Norfolk City, 75%. So there are some more votes here. But you're looking at, a 15,000 vote margin where we are now.
But what is the margin right now? What is the statewide? What is the margin?
Right, that's the point. So
it's 85,000. Right. So assuming you get 5,000 votes there, 5,000 votes there, 5,000 votes there, you have to do that so many times. You eventually run out of counties.
Exactly. You eventually run out of counties. So we'll look down here. The one blue spot, Southwest Virginia, is Roanoke. Again, 95%. 4,000 votes. You might pick up, several hundred, maybe 1,000 more.
It's teeny.
Right. So so you can look and you can find, maybe 700, 800, 1,000 here, maybe a couple thousand there. So you piece it around, then you look at that 85,000 and you think, can you get there? Most improbable. Most improbable, but that's why we keep counting, just to be sure.
So one other thing I wanted to note is that one of the other things that Glenn Youngkin had going for him beyond his campaign, which obviously deserves credit for this strong showing, is the sentiment in the air. And you brought this up before. One of the things the top Democrat said to me last week was, look at how the top three candidates do, not just for governor, but for lieutenant governor, which is a separate race. They run separately, and attorney general. And if the lieutenant governor and attorney general Democratic candidates win, but Terry McAuliffe loses, then that might be specific to Terry McAuliffe not being the ablest campaigner. But if all three win, and we still don't even know about the House of Delegates, then that's a larger message about the Democratic Party. So now, what that message is will be interpreted differently by progressives and moderates and the like, and that's for them to sort out. So tell me about the lieutenant governor's race. Where are we?
So walk through, right, and do it in the context of, remember, 51-48.
51-48 Youngkin.
Or look at the Youngkin vote total, right? Look at the Youngkin vote total. Lieutenant governor.
It's almost the same exact vote total.
Almost identical, and the margin, just about the same.
94% in. We haven't called this yet. Winsome Sears, if this holds, will go down in history as the first woman of color lieutenant governor or elected official statewide in the Commonwealth of Virginia, in the history of the Commonwealth of Virginia. That was going to happen no matter what, but it looks like right now the Republican is in the lead with 94% in. What about the incumbent Democratic Attorney General?
And again, there you go.
He is losing. It's the same thing, 1.5 million for Jason Miyares.
51-49.
51-49. Mark Herring, the incumbent Democrat, 49%, 95% reporting. So this was a rejection of the Democratic slate, is my point. It wasn't Glenn Youngkin. I'm not trying to take away from him, but in addition to everything he did right and everything Terry McAuliffe did wrong, everything Joe Biden, the anchors that's being down on them, this was, we want change. We don't want Democrats.
Yes, this is
because the Democrats are the ruling party in Virginia right now.
Right. This was he ran against him, but he also ran against Washington. He said, Republicans, we need to send a message about schools, about the Commonwealth, but also about the country. And yes, he brought Republicans with him in a unified Republican ticket. Again, we're not quite to the finish line yet, even though the math is pretty convincing. But Republicans have not won a statewide office in the Commonwealth of Virginia since 2009. They are ahead for governor, ahead for lieutenant governor, ahead for attorney general. 3 constitutional offices they haven't held in more than a decade. And you mentioned in the case of the attorney general, he's an incumbent who thought about running for governor. And he's a former governor, former National Party chairman, friend of the President of the United States, friend of the Clintons, a national institution, if you will, a very prominent figure in the National Democratic Party. And the Commonwealth of Virginia appears to be saying, we want to turn the page.
Well, but it's also, I mean, it's eminently predictable in the sense that these off-year elections are quite often anti-incumbent, right? You look at these two, which one is change and which one is the same, more of the same. Right. You look at these candidates, you say, which one is, I apologize for the ageism here, but which one is new, which one is old? This is what voters generally want. New, not necessarily new in terms of younger, but a fresher face. Fresher face, more familiar face, change, more of the same. That's what voters went to the polls and judged in a really not that complicated way.
Right. Anybody who runs a campaign in any party will tell you if you can be the candidate of change in an environment where people are tired and frustrated, that's what you want to be, right? People are tired, they're exhausted, they're frustrated. They want things to be different. They want COVID to be over. They want to feel safe about sending their kids to school. They want, wherever you are on the question of masking up or mandates or anything like that, you'd like it to be over. It's been a long time. That doesn't mean, you don't practice safety and you don't have the patience to bear it out. But 19 months into this, the country's tired. And so it is striking 1 year after Joe Biden won this in a walk. But that's where we are.
Indeed, indeed. Anderson?
Jake, fascinating. Scott Jennings, I mean, it's interesting. We've been talking a lot about the Democrats, the battles between progressives, more moderate wing of the Democratic Party. Democrats need progressives in order to get people to come out, and yet at the same time, progressives turn off a lot of other people who might otherwise vote for Democrats. The Republicans have a problem of the former president. Obviously, he motivates a large part of the base, but is this the solution for that problem?
Well, in algebra, we're often trying to solve for X, and Republican politics, we're often trying to solve for T, for Trump. And Youngkin figured it out. He kept Trump out of the race. Basically, he didn't campaign there. He didn't wake up every day talking about it. He didn't feel the need to respond to every, grievance or whatever. He kept focused on the issues. And heretofore, some Republican candidates would have said, well, then you're running the risk of the MAGA voters not turning out. Look at the map. The rural counties not only came out, and they came out huge. So it turns out that Glenn Youngkin has solved for this problem in that you can run a race based on issues, continue to attract the Trump base, get a path back in the suburbs, and take advantage, frankly, of the just enormous continued collapse of the Democratic Party in rural areas. That's how we win. That's how we're going to be successful, when you can put the suburbs back together with the rural areas the way we used to do it.
What if Donald Trump is running for president? What does that do to that equation?
I've been very clear. I think Republicans have an enormous chance to win in 22 and 24. Donald Trump is the least likely person to give the Republicans a chance to win back the White House. Somebody who can do what Glenn Youngkin did and put the coalition together. Rural counties, people who voted for Trump, people who didn't vote for Trump but like to vote Republican, suburban moms. And by the way, look at the ticket. People who look like America. The African-American woman we just elected to lieutenant governor, the Hispanic that we just elected to attorney general. Republicans have solved this coalition issue in Virginia. Suburbs, rural, female, male, white, black, Hispanic. That's how we win. And so if you follow the Youngkin blueprint, talk about issues, put together a ticket that looks and sounds like America, you can do it.
The question is whether that's transferable, Scott. As Gloria pointed out earlier, he came through a convention. He didn't have to run a protracted primary. Trump endorsed him, and he paid tribute to Trump, but it wasn't a lengthy process. And the question is, can candidates run in primaries without getting entangled with Trump and identified with Trump to the extent that Youngkin did not? The second issue is Trump himself. And, he's watching these shows tonight. I can only imagine how he's processing this. As you and others say, Youngkin successfully kept him out of the state, did not mention his name. He wasn't part of it. As you pointed out in between breaks here, he sent out like 10 statements tonight trying to claim credit for this victory. But the idea that Donald Trump, because he's so self-aware, is going to say, I think I'll just sit it out because I think I would hurt these candidates if I actually came out and campaigned. Boy, I don't see that happening.
No, he's never going to do that. Everything has to be about Donald Trump. And even tonight, when in fact Terry McAuliffe tried to make it about Donald Trump, and it wasn't about Donald Trump. Donald Trump made it about Donald Trump. The head of the Republican Party made it about Donald Trump and said that Youngkin wouldn't have won otherwise. So I think there's no way for these candidates to say, oh, Mr. President, really, is it okay if you don't come to my state? That's not going to work. This was a special case. He didn't have a divisive primary, as we've all been talking about. This is the state of Virginia, and so maybe there are some. But look at what's going on in Ohio, and the other candidates who Mitch McConnell would rather not have running for the United States Senate, but Donald Trump has endorsed. And so they're going to hang like an albatross there because they might not be able to win. If you think that, the question is, and I don't know the answer to this, does Donald Trump have the juice that he had a year ago? And it depends whether he announces that he's going to run. It depends whether you look at Virginia and say, these voters who didn't like Trump last time liked Youngkin, and they said, okay, you're yesterday's news. I mean, we don't know the answer to that. We don't know how Trump is going to impose himself.
It's hard to know. Here's what I think, just taking a bigger picture back. This is clearly, if you look over the past couple elections now, this is not a left-wing period for the country. It's not a right-wing period for the country. It is a turbulent and volatile period. That when you see this much motion in such a short period of time, and so I think Democrats have to look in the mirror now, because the New Jersey situation, you don't have a bunch of critical race theory stuff there. You don't have a bunch of Trump. You don't have Terry McAuliffe, doing dumb. There's something happening out here. It could be just anti-incumbent. I think that's a part of it. But I think that there's something else that's happening. I think that the Democrats are coming across in ways that we don't recognize, that are annoying and offensive and seem out of touch in ways that I don't think show up in our feeds when we're looking at our kind of echo chamber. And I think that this is a message here, because Scott was describing a
Wait, when you're talking about you're talking about Democrats, because it seems annoying to a lot of people.
Well, I'm just saying, if you look at the way the Democrats tend to construct our argument to ourselves, I think
because I see it in my feeds a lot.
Well, I'm sure.
Just so you know.
Just so you know. But I'm trying to make a point here, which is that there is an opportunity, I think, for Democratic Party to take this seriously. To say, Scott was making a point about the coalition they've got to build to win. Yes. It's the rural folks plus the suburban folks and a piece of urban America. That's the coalition they've got to win. We've got to win a different way, but it goes through those same suburban voters, and we've got to have a bigger outcome in the urban area. Now, here's the deal. I think when it's all over, you're going to see that the suburban, what we thought was a part of this Democratic coalition, was really just an anti-Trump coalition with a whole bunch of volatility at the edges for black and brown voters and at the center for the suburban voters. And we don't have the right issue set yet, and the right rhetoric yet, and frankly, the right attitude of humility and listening yet to get them.
I think that the attitude is important, Van. I mean, we've become, Democratic Party, what you've seen is it's become a more college-educated urban party in coalition with minority voters, and the messages tend to be moralizing. It's like we are going to tell you, we will tell you what is right. And no connection to people who work with their hands, people who work with their backs, rural voters. So that's part of the problem. As you know, race courses through this as well. I just want to make a couple of points. One is, while we nationalize all of this, and clearly something national is going on here, there also was kind of a property tax revolt in New Jersey, and that was part of what motivated that. So we should not try and reduce everything to national politics. That's not to say this isn't a stunning result in New Jersey, however it turns out. But I also think that what John King said earlier is important to keep in mind. I do think Democrats have work to do. I do think there's some soul searching that Democrats have to do. It is also true that if the virus is subdued, if the economy takes off, then 2022 may be different than 2021. I remember 2010 very well. I knew 2 years in advance that it was going to be an annihilation for the Democratic Party. Why? Because we were told by economists we're never going to get out of this problem by 2010. We're still going to be feeling the effects of this recession no matter what you do by 2010. And Democrats were holding seats that were really sort of not, they were not friendly ground. They were you know, there were big Democratic majorities in 2006 and 8 because of the war. So it stood to reason Democrats were going to get beaten badly in 2010. This economy may turn around a lot faster. And if you can avoid inflation, and the economy can, well, you laugh about it, but I mean,
avoid it. How about get out of it? I mean,
well, I mean, but
you're
Scott,
making a critical point, though.
But we know that there are supply chain issues and a lot of things animating this. I'm not saying this is all going to happen. I'm not saying it's all going to happen. But and I don't, you know, you're feeling good tonight. You should feel good tonight. This was a big night for the Republican Party. I'm just saying that
some stuff is out of our
I would
control.
I would not rule out the possibility that circumstances will be different a year from now, and Joe Biden will be trading higher, and therefore the Democratic Party will be trading
But
higher.
I think the party has to take inventory right now. They've spent the last year arguing. You know, people watch what's going on in Congress. They're like, well, what do you want? What do you believe? What's number one? And again, you know, COVID is a part of this, and Delta variant was a part of it. But I think now you have to sort of take a step back and say, wait a minute, what can we deliver that the people want? We can't say to them, this is what you should want. This is what we think is good for you. And that's where Terry McAuliffe got in trouble saying, you know, oh, you know, I know, you know, you shouldn't be involved in your kids' education or whatever that misstep was. But instead of saying this is what's good for you, like we have a couple of things that we think is really going to help your life, whether it's family and medical leave or changes in Medicare. Focus on these things that affect people when they feel bad because inflation is bad, and they go to the grocery store. The prices are high. They don't like it. They're not earning what they think they should be earning. They discovered during COVID they didn't like their jobs very much, right? So there's this uncertainty.
But Democrats would say to you that that's a lot of what this Build Back Better package was about. The problem was because of procedural demands, they had to load this all into one big colossus, and the colossus took precedent over the parts are more powerful than the sum. The parts are popular. The sum is not. The big debate over whether it's $3.5 trillion or $1.7 trillion leaves people cold.
Exactly.
And the inability to explain what is actually in it and what would touch people's lives, I think has really hurt Democrats here. I kind of think that was how Biden thought he'd be spending his summer. And instead, he was back fighting the virus and dealing with Afghanistan and issues that took him away from this. And he lost a lot of valuable time.
The danger of us as Democrats falling between the two chairs. On the one hand, Biden holds out the promise, I can bring people together and get stuff done. That is the $1 trillion infrastructure bill, hard infrastructure. Right. So that's the part of Biden that some people like. That bill has not gotten passed. The other part of Biden that frankly, a lot of our base voters voted for is maybe this guy has enough empathy and cares for our pain enough, he might do something bold to help us, send us some help, send us some economic relief. He also hasn't gotten that done. And so when you fall between two chairs, then you leave us in a great deal of danger because some of our base voters are tired already. In other words, you got people who said, listen, I stood in long lines, I believed, I worked hard. I'm an African American, I'm a Latino, I'm this, I'm that. I haven't seen anything on voting rights, I haven't seen anything on police reform, I haven't seen anything at all, and I don't feel the help is coming to me. Why should I keep participating? So the stakes are quite high for Biden to deliver. He's got to deliver for somebody because otherwise the moderates walk away, the progressives sit down, and we're going to get really, really hurt next year.
You know, early on he did the American Rescue Plan, and so he did deliver on that.
Right.
Without Republicans on that. And people gave him credit for that, but then it kind of ran out. And now, you know, you're moving to another step. I think the question is people get in their car and they'd like to see the infrastructure changed.
Yeah, they'd also like to pay less for gas. But you know something, Gloria? I don't think he actually got credit for the Rescue Act.
Didn't? Well,
But I mean, you know, he passed this sort of historic child tax credit. Huge. People were getting checks. They had no idea. You know, everybody ridiculed Donald Trump for signing every check. Right. But, you know, he's nothing if not a marketer. I mean, he understood. People said, well, Donald Trump sent me a check. Nobody really recognized where Well, I mean, that I think a lot of Democrats are asking that question.
At some juncture, you have to ask yourself, too, I think when you're trying to pass any kind of a policy agenda, is what I'm trying to pass actually popular? I think Democrats may have talked themselves into believing, I think as David said, that these individual things are popular, but the sum of it and the enormity of it and the fighting about it is not popular. And ultimately, if what people care about, gas prices and costs $11 to buy bacon, and that's just when it's available, do I think this 1.75, 3.5 trillion, whatever it turns out being, do I think this is really germane to the day-to-day stuff? And it doesn't seem to me from the polling that's out there that people do believe that it is germane. And at the same time, I also think this. And at the same time, I also believe that while voters worried about the day-to-day economic issues, they're being browbeaten in saying that if you don't support these Democrats, if you decide to go with the Republican in Virginia, then you're voting for racists. You're voting for white supremacists. You're essentially voting for Donald Trump all over again. And people out there do not believe that about themselves. They do not want to be told that about themselves. And I don't think they fundamentally believe that America is full of the hateful kind of people that McAuliffe and Biden and the rest told us that Virginia was full of. And they rejected that today. And I think Democrats are going to have a difficult election if they continue to paint America in such a negative light when Republicans fundamentally are going to say, look, we're good people. We all want the same things, and we have an issue set that will appeal to you.
I think some of that's fair enough. But what I will say is this. Part of the reason that progressives have been wanting to fight so hard and continue to fight so hard for the reconciliation package is because not only the stuff in there popular, it's desperately needed by whites, blacks, brown folks, red states, blue states. When you're talking about getting hearing aids for grandma, when you're talking about getting dental care for your grandparents, we're talking about getting pre-K for kids so that kids have a better shot. That is not left or right. That is massively popular. And I think the frustration from the progressives is we put forward substantively popular stuff, then we get hit with CRT. We get hit with stuff that makes it like, what the heck are you guys talking about? Critical race theory is not even taught in schools. We're trying to deliver you real stuff, and we have to go with the nonsense. And so I think that's why, now we may overreact to that, and I can be guilty of that myself, but I think the problem that we have is we're trying to deliver stuff that would be as good in Appalachia as it would be in the hood, and we get hit with CRT stuff. That makes it hard for us to participate in the way that you want us to.
Well, look, on the school issue, where Republicans, the CRT issue is just one of several education issues that have been building over time.
Can I just say one thing about that so you can respond to it? When you have somebody who runs for governor and wins, attacking Toni Morrison, an African-American Pulitzer Prize-winning national treasure, that lands very, very badly. Now, you might say there's a whole bunch of other stuff in there, but that's what the ad was about. The ad wasn't about the other stuff.
I just gotta go to Jake in D.C. Jake.
Thanks, Anderson. We have a key race alert for you now. Let us check in where we are on these two incredibly competitive gubernatorial races. First, to New Jersey, the Garden State, in a shocker. Jack Ciattarelli is up with 50.2% of the vote. Incumbent Democratic Governor Phil Murphy, 49% of the vote. Ciattarelli, 23,420 votes ahead with 73% of the vote in. It is too close to call. There remain 27 percentage points of the vote left to count, but this is a result very few people saw coming. In Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, with 95% of the vote in, Republican Glenn Youngkin is up with 51.2% of the vote. Democrat Terry McAuliffe has 48.1% of the vote. There is a 96,000 vote lead for Republican Glenn Youngkin. Still 5% of the vote is out, and we're waiting for that to come in. But still a shockingly great night for the two Republican gubernatorial candidates that were on the ballot this evening.
Where do you want to start?
Let's go to New Jersey, just because it's the more of the shocker. Not Pennsylvania.
There we go. Touch the board. Touch the board. That's what you get. It is a shocker, but we're not done here. Virginia, we'll get to it in a minute. It is hard to go around the state, even though Democrat Terry McAuliffe has not conceded. It's very hard to go through the state and make a plausible case that he can come back. If we look at this, I'll show you the path in a minute.
So Ciattarelli is up by 23,000 votes. Are there possible
Yes, 'cause
buckets?
you look at that. 73% of the estimated reporting. It's an estimate. It's an off-year election, so that's not exact. But the answer to your question is yes. And you ask why? Well, let's just start right here. Passaic County, New Jersey, less than half of the vote in, a place where Governor Murphy is winning. Again, not huge numbers, but numbers to be made up there. You come down here, 72%, you think, oh, that's most of the vote in Essex County, but it's the third largest county in the state. Again, still nearly 30% of the vote out, and you see the big margin there. So if the margin continues, if Phil Murphy's margin continues anywhere in that ballpark as the rest of the vote comes in, there's a big chunk of change he can make up there. And again, 25%, a little less than that, 76% estimated here in Hudson County. Look at the margin he's getting. So if you go back to 2020, you remember Trump was ahead in Pennsylvania, but we were still waiting for some of the votes in Philadelphia, or you go to Georgia, where the counties around Atlanta, Biden was getting 80%. You see a big number like that, 25% of the votes still out. There's a lot of votes still to be made up for Phil Murphy. You can move over to Union County. They're at 81%, so you think, oh, only 19% left. But again, look at the big margin, 61% to 38% with more votes to come in. So you can come out statewide and look at this map and say 23,000 votes. Is it plausible? Yes, it is more than plausible that there are enough votes out there.
Just do the math for me. So it's 2 million votes have been counted.
Right.
That's 73%. So what does that mean? About 700,000 votes are still out counted?
You're somewhere in that ballpark.
Something
is
like
an estimate.
600 to 700,000.
Right.
So
But
and mostly in blue-leaning counties.
Mostly in blue. If you go through again, these are reliably Republican counties. The one I'm touching
that's
first,
95%.
and you're at 95%, and you're at 90% here. And you come over here, you're at 62, so a little bit here. The surprises have been down here. Not a surprise maybe historically in New Jersey, but if you go through the last couple of elections, Phil Murphy won this county last time, and again, 91%. So it's possible Chitterelli picks up a little bit there, but they're closer, right? They're closer, 88% here in a county he is flipping from 4 years ago. So there are more votes to come in, and by no means is it guaranteed that Phil Murphy can come up, but you can look in these populous counties up here. And even in Bergen County, where it's gotten closer, you still have 30% of the vote out here. If Chitterelli stays on top, obviously he's adding as more vote comes in.
Right.
But the Murphy campaign is one of the things they're saying is keep an eye on this with 30% of the vote still out. They believe that this can get closer and perhaps flip. We'll see if that's true. Campaigns, tell you what they tell you, and sometimes it's true and sometimes it's not. And sometimes when they're telling you it's true, they're not sure themselves. They're waiting to see. But again, half of the vote still to come in here in a place where, what's that, 5,000 votes, a little shy of that if you look it up. So it's possible you pick some up there, but then you get into these larger counties where there's still, again, with 28% of the votes still out, you could do it right here.
Phil Murphy, the Democratic incumbent, down by what, 22,000 votes?
Right, come back out to see it, 23,000
votes.
Yeah.
He could make that up just in Essex County. So what you're saying basically is there is a plausible path to the governor's mansion for either of these candidates right now.
Yes, a very strong performance by the Republican candidate right now. Some more votes to come in, but I can give you a plausible scenario. I can give you a plausible scenario for either one of them to win, but I can give you a quite plausible scenario for the Democrat to come back here. I cannot do the same if we move down here. I'm not saying it's mathematically impossible, but it just gets very hard. I was just showing you those big Democratic counties, blue-leaning counties.
I don't even
in New
see
Jersey.
it, to be honest. I don't see it at all.
We're cautious here, right? We're cautious here, and having been through some of these, we're extra cautious. But to the point, remember, I was just showing you counties where you had a third of the votes still to be counted, or 20% of the votes still to be counted. You can't find that here.
But it's a deficit of almost 100,000 votes.
Of 100,000.
Not 20,000.
Right.
And it's a deficit. And how many votes are outstanding? So this is 3 million, more than, look, I mean.
Right. We think we're about where this is about what was estimated, about 3 million votes.
By the way, whatever you feel about the result of this race, more than 3 million Virginians voted today. Right. That is to be celebrated. Participatory democracy depends upon people participating. People did not think it was going to be this many people.
Amen. You go back and look, there's 2.5 plus. 2.5 plus, so you're adding voters. We added voters in the last presidential election. We're adding voters here. We want people to participate.
To be celebrated is all I'm saying.
Right.
So this is 3.1 million with 95% in. So how many votes are we still waiting for?
You're still looking for, the question is you might have 20,000 votes here in Fairfax County, which is the largest county in Virginia in terms of a population center. And so you might have 20,000 votes here, probably a little shy of that. But again, how do you make up 96,000 when maybe in the largest county there might be 20,000 still out? You move over here where it's more competitive. There's a little bit out, but not very much. you come down here again. The difference between Virginia and New Jersey is you look at the blue places in Virginia and most of the vote is in, Jake. In New Jersey, there are still a lot of places where Democrats can make up ground.
All right, John King. I mean, Dana Bash, this is one of the great things about election nights is, as I said earlier, polls can predict what they want, pundits can predict what they want, politicians can say this is how we think it's all going to work out. And then the voters get their say. Right now, we still don't know what's going to happen. If you look, it's tightening even more in New Jersey, 49.9% for Ciattarelli versus 49.3% against Murphy. 11,000 vote lead now for Ciattarelli. As John King and I were just discussing, there's a plausible path to the governor's mansion for either candidate right now. And who knows? We'll see what the voters have to say. But generally speaking, if I'm President Biden, I'm not feeling good tonight.
No, absolutely not. And, you know, just anecdotally, I was in Northern Virginia, in Alexandria, on Saturday, 7:30 in the morning, this past Saturday, Jake. And it was for a Youngkin event, and it was packed. The streets were were overflowing with people. And this was an area where Joe Biden won by 80%, 80% a year ago. And it wasn't
He won 80% of the vote.
80% of the vote in this area of Alexandria, Virginia, 1 year ago. So did that mean that was going to be determinative? No, but I have been to enough events like that, as have you, where you feel what George H.W. Bush used to call the big mo. You feel the momentum.
Yeah.
And what that was telling about was that was a suburb. And David, you were talking about that. We're talking about the Northern Virginia suburbs, talking about Bergen County and the other suburbs around New York City in New Jersey. And they have a lot in common that are sort of a telltale sign.
Yeah, and Dana, as you guys know, the battle in American politics, like in electoral politics, has been the battle over America's suburbs. That's the period of American politics we're in, and that's sort of the swing areas that we look at in a lot of critical contests. And that is what New Jersey and Virginia actually have in common. They are big suburban states. There are lots and lots of suburban vote in these states. And what we saw in Virginia in the exit polls tonight is that Youngkin won the suburbs. And by the way, we say 60% of the vote was from suburbs, is how it's categorized, by 6 points. By 6 points. Just a year ago, also, they made up 60% of the vote. Joe Biden won the suburbs by 8 points. That is a 14-point swing in the opposite direction. That's the story of what we're seeing tonight in these two states.
You know, and this is also a story about race, right? I mean, we talk about the suburbs in America are roughly about 70% white. If you see a lot of these voters who have switched sides, some of the data suggesting that this is white women who are swinging back and forth. So I think what we know about white college-educated voters in the suburbs is that they are susceptible, to economic issues, of course, that goes without saying, but also some of these cultural issues as well. And you don't have a party in the Democratic Party that has a coalition that is easy to keep together because it's white college-educated voters, it's black voters of all socioeconomic backgrounds, young voters, Latino voters, and AAPI voters. That is an unwieldy coalition, and it's hard to target a message to all of those voters who don't worship together by and large. They don't really live together by and large. They often don't send their kids to the same schools either. And so finding one message that is going to bring those voters out consistently is incredibly hard for Democrats. And we see a failure tonight in some of these races to do that. I mean, again, we don't know what's going to happen, but it looks like this is a big problem for the Democrats.
And I would just add a broad ideological spectrum even within the Democratic Party as well.
Exactly.
So one other thing that I'm hearing from moderate Democratic lawmakers this evening who are obviously panicked, not the least of which reason is they're the ones who are most likely to feel the effects if this anti-democratic, capital D Democratic, wind continues to blow next year. One of the things I'm hearing is that their voters, and don't shoot the messenger, I'm passing on what I'm hearing from somebody talking about what their voters feel looked down upon. And I'm not talking about Republican voters feeling that they're being looked down upon. I'm talking about moderate to conservative Democrats feeling that they're looked down upon by pundits, by progressives, by other people who say that, who if they express a feeling that maybe the schools should open even if the teachers don't want them to. Maybe teachers should listen to parents more often when it comes to what they're hearing. This is from a Virginian. Maybe Joe Manchin has a point when he says $1.5 trillion or $1.7 trillion is a lot of money. Let's take our time with it. Let's not rush it. They think that makes sense to me, and they don't want to be insulted by progressives called whatever names for that.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of it, and I'm hearing similar things from Democrats who are probably among the most worried because they're on the ballot. It's that, and there's no question race is a component. I mean, it's always a component. I mean, that's the reality. But it's right now in this day and age, it is also a COVID hangover. It is the in the suburbs that David was talking about. It is the school board meetings that we have seen in a lot of these places where parents are just angry and fed up and exhausted about school closures, about, a lot of them don't want their kids to wear masks. That's a debate that's going on, but it is causing so much angst and frustration and anger with incumbents, with people who are in charge. And in Virginia, Terry McAuliffe was, for all intents and purposes, an incumbent. And one of the things that was so fascinating that I thought that Glenn Youngkin did was when I saw him on the stump is on the issue of, the culture wars. Yes, he did the red meat to which Terry McAuliffe called a dog whistle about critical race theory. But before he did that, he also said, look, there is a broad, complicated history in Virginia. There is good history and there is bad history, and we should teach it all in Virginia. That is an appeal to people who consider themselves, kind of independent-minded parents. But then he went to the next step and said, but we should. He had the dog whistle.
Ad about Beloved and Toni Morrison.
Yes, exactly. So he appealed to all. But the broader message was, I understand that there are people who are extremely frustrated that history of their culture has not been taught. But I also understand that the culture is moving so quickly that people are very, very concerned about it in a lot of quarters. And the biggest quarters where that is true are the suburbs, and that's where the voters are.
Right. It is white voters do have anxiety about a changing America, right? That it is blacker, it is browner. People who didn't always have a say in what their children should read are now having a say. I mean, I told you, I went to school for 12 years in a black town in South Carolina in a black school, and I had one book assigned by an African-American author. That was Invisible Man in the 12th grade. I mean, that, I graduated years ago, but things are changing now, and it is causing some anxiety among white people, and that is to be expected, right? And it's sort of normal, and it speaks to the history of this country, and Democrats don't really know how to do it to figure that out, and they also don't have a way to speak to black voters consistently. I mean, some of the black pollsters and strategists I've been talking to are blaming Terry McAuliffe for not engaging black voters early and often and enough. And that's often what you hear from Democratic strategists complaining about the Democratic Party. You've got this base of African-American voters that you don't know how to consistently court and deliver to, and then you've got this other issue of white swing voters who are moved by some of these very potent cultural issues.
I mean, I think one of the points that we were talking about earlier is, and you can credit him or you can blame him, but one of the things Glenn Youngkin didn't call for the banning of Toni Morrison's Beloved, right? What he did was, there is a woman in Virginia who was uncomfortable with the book because her son, who we should note was a senior in AP Literature, read it and she thought it was too salacious or too sexual, or I'm not exactly sure her issues with it. It didn't necessarily have to do with race based on the contemporaries coverage that I read about this, I think in 2011 or something like that. And What Glenn Youngkin did was feature this woman in an ad talking about how her son brought this book home and it was shocking, and Terry McAuliffe doesn't even want parents to have a say in what their kids read. Now, Glenn Youngkin, she didn't mention the book. She didn't mention that her son was a senior in AP Literature, but it was an ad, and obviously the media covered this as what the book was. It was a Pulitzer Prize-winning book by Toni Morrison, a celebrated African-American author, and it was about slavery, and it's an incredibly important book, and this and that. The woman in the ad was in favor of at least temporarily banning the book, at least temporarily. Glenn Youngkin is not in favor of banning Beloved, according to his campaign. But there was, it's politics, and an interpretation by Van Jones, by you, by lots of people, that this was a wink and a nod, and he was trying to have it both ways, featuring somebody who wanted to ban a book without mentioning that you wanted to ban a book, without mentioning that the kid was 17 or 18 years old, et cetera, et cetera. Terry McAuliffe referred to it as dog whistle politics because Toni Morrison...
Racist, right? He used the word...
Racist, dog whistle, et cetera. And the question is, where are the lines here? You're certainly identifying something that is going on in American politics, which is the fact that the demographics of this nation are changing, and a lot of people feel uncomfortable with it. Glenn Youngkin was not calling for banning Toni Morrison's book, but he was using a woman who wanted to at least temporarily ban the book. Does it make it better? Does it make it worse? Does it make it deft? Does it make it cynical?
I think it makes it deft, right? I mean, I think it makes it so he can have the dog whistle, but sort of pretend not to. I mean, I think this is sort of the lesson of this campaign. If you think about Ed Gillespie, he tried to go into some of these cultural issues too, ran, I think, in ads about MS-13 and, killers are going to take over the suburbs, and that didn't work. That turned a lot of folks off.
He wasn't balancing out anything. He was just,
this was like a bull. This was a bullhorn. But Glenn Youngkin played the race card for a reason, because he knows it works on certain white voters, white college-educated voters, as well as white rural voters, have anxiety about the changing demographics of this country. I mean, even if you think about the history of the suburbs, I mean, part of the history of the suburbs is about white anxiety, white flight. I mean, schools are incredibly contested sites and have been historically around racial issues. So of course he's going to, play this card that he's been dealt in this campaign. It certainly didn't help that Terry McAuliffe sort of walked right into it in that debate.
Absolutely, it's race, it's gender issues.
Yeah, it's all
changing.
of this. It's change.
It's major change in a way that it's generational. That the younger generation, our kids don't, and kids I think across the country don't see it the same way as their parents do, but that's the history of this country. I mean, that always happens. There was, the parents who wouldn't let their kids watch Elvis and listen to Elvis. I mean, that's what happens.
The swiveling hips, too much.
Yeah, exactly.
What the education issue, to get your point about Youngkin, where it worked was because it was dual-tracked, right? The critical race theory was all about, if you ask their campaign, that was base motivator. That was keeping the Trump base enthused while keeping an arm's length with Trump, right? Keeping the Fox News talking about all of that. That's what the critical race theory did. But they also understood that the education piece of parental rights and having a say in your kid's education and being concerned about what is being taught or not, that could have a more independent appeal and appeal maybe some of those voters who were in the middle and did not like Trump, drifted to the Democratic Party, get some of them back. So by doing this education piece, he got to do both simultaneously, which just from a pure politics, as you say, deft, that's how you build a majority, right? Like base plus try to win back some folks who drifted the other way.
Right. The argument, obviously, and I agree, it was deft politics. That's not a moral judgment.
No, clearly not.
That's a judgment about the political skills.
Strategy.
It's not a judge about whether it's right or wrong.
100%.
The idea, though, that critical race theory is not actually being taught in Virginia schools
makes it all that more disingenuous.
Yeah, disingenuous, or one could say cynical, or one could say, but Dana, you were saying on the campaign trail that he would say we need to keep critical race theory out of our schools. But then he would do a nod to the people who understand that this country, while maybe the greatest country in the history of the planet, also is built on a foundation of some very ugly things, including slavery and genocide of Native Americans, et cetera. And he would say,
Yeah, no, he would say that the history is complicated and we need to teach it all.
Right.
So he would give a nod to, I wouldn't say wokeism, but he would come up to the line to try to convince people who are interested in having a more fulsome discussion and education for children in a way that you didn't have, in a way that I didn't have, but also kept the other side at bay.
Yeah, which is, as you say, politics. John King, what's going on in New Jersey?
We have, it's fascinating is what's going on in New Jersey. We have the Republican in the lead, 50.1 to 49.1, very close, 22,184 votes. Just in the last few minutes, last time you were over here, Jake, there was one county that had not reported any votes. That was Salem County, the smallest county in the state of New Jersey. It has now reported most of its votes, 91%. That's part of the reason Jack Ciattarelli, his lead had shrunk to about 11,000. Now it's back up to twice that, 22, in part because of Salem, and in part because one of the places the Murphy campaign has told us to keep watching is Passaic, because they said there was so much vote out. Well, a piece of that vote came in just a few minutes ago, and it actually flipped the county from blue to red. We're not finished there yet, but a place where the Murphy campaign believed it would pick up votes, at least at the moment, has lost some votes. 58% reporting there. Ciattarelli now ahead, just barely, 49.7 to 49.4. But again, a Democratic suburb in recent years, competitive for Republicans in the past, in the northern part of the state, neighboring another the largest county, Bergen County. Right now, Ciattarelli winning in those suburbs. They're leading in those suburbs. But, and here's the most important but, 75% of the estimated vote reported statewide, a 22,000 vote lead. So the question is, are there enough votes out there in blue areas for Phil Murphy to come back? The answer, this is not a definitive answer. I'm not telling you what's going to happen, but I'm telling you there are more than enough, including right here, Essex County, Newark, 72% of the vote. Look at the giant lopsided lead. So if the margin stays anywhere close to that and the rest of that vote comes in, well, right there alone, there's more than enough votes to make up the lead that the Republican candidate has right now. Ditto almost in the sense of Hudson County, which is Jersey City. The suburbs are surrounding it. Again, about a quarter of the vote still to count, 76% estimate in. Look at the big margin. So if Phil Murphy, no guarantee he does, but if Phil Murphy continues to run with a lead in that ballpark, there are a lot more votes to come in for the Democrat here. Not quite as big here, only 20% of the vote left, 19% left estimated outstanding in Union County. But again, a county where, look at the giant margin, 61 to 38. If that margin holds up, even relatively close to that, as the rest of that vote comes in, you get the point I'm making. There are more than enough places here for Phil Murphy to make up 22,184 votes. That doesn't guarantee that he will. It just means there's more than enough possibility on the map. Even so, as we wait for more of the votes to come in, the fact that we are standing here at 12:23 a.m. in the morning and the Republican candidate is ahead in the state of New Jersey, and then you pull out wider and the Republican candidate is ahead more comfortably in the state of Virginia, where it is getting improbable to find a Democratic comeback, that tells you tonight has a message. That message is not complete yet, but there's a clear message coming out of tonight. How loud, how big the exclamation points, still to be determined as we count votes here.
John, let me just ask you, because we're still waiting for that last 5% from the Commonwealth of Virginia. What's the holdup? Like, what is going on? Are these absentee ballots? Are these write-in ballots? What is the issue?
We have people asking those questions, and what often happens in a place like this is there's a different answer depending on which county you're talking about. And plus, remember, this is an estimated vote, right? It's an off-year election. We're in the COVID pandemic. We had essentially the COVID rules left in place in the Commonwealth of Virginia, where you had much more early voting this time than you did in previous gubernatorial elections, because they really didn't have expanded early voting. So we're asking that as we go through. So we say this is an estimate right here, right? So just take, again, Fairfax County. We've been coming back to it a lot, but for a reason. It's by far the largest county in the state of Virginia. You see Terry McAuliffe, 64% to 35%. You look again at the statewide total. Well, is there any way the Democrat can make up, with about 95% of the vote counted, 87,000 plus votes, The answer is probably not. We just like to be extra cautious here, given the volatility of the age. But so you'd say, oh, well, it would be here. Let's assume there's maybe, it might not be this high, but there might be 20,000 more votes still to be counted in Fairfax County. Again, Terry McAuliffe right now is getting 64% of them. If he got 100% of them, if it's 20, 25, it wouldn't be enough. Right? Are there other places where you can say, you know, here, Loudoun County, where he's getting 55%, you know, there are some more votes to be counted, but I've gone through this dozens of times during the panel conversations, that it's just very hard. It is not impossible, but it is highly improbable when you go 95% in Portsmouth, a smaller city, but a Democratic area. 75% in Norfolk, so you say, aha, 25% of the votes still to be counted. But with 75% counted, Terry McAuliffe has a net 15,000, roughly, vote lead there. So if you just extrapolate that and you project out the other 25%, maybe he gets 5,000 more votes out of there. So I can find you 5 here and 10 there and get there. And so because just because you can conceivably cut that lead, we just wait. We be cautious. This is why we count votes. And again, when you're looking at 12:25 in the morning, it leaves open the possibility that that's pretty clear. The path back for Terry McAuliffe is improbable, but you can bet he's talking to his county people. He's talking to his lawyers. They're looking at the recount laws in Virginia, and they're just going to wait and see as more trickle in the early morning hours, and then have some probably very difficult conversations around the breakfast table in the morning.
And just what about New Jersey?
Let's move back and see if it's changed at all. Still at 75% statewide, still at 21,146. There's excitement in election nights, and we've had a lot of it tonight. And then sometimes it's just that area where you're waiting and waiting and waiting. And it usually happens when you start to get up to here. Again, in Virginia, we're at 95%. Here, we're at 75%. So we're saying essentially, you're looking around and you're saying, okay, where's the rest, right? Well, again, we live in pandemic times. Most of these county election officials are understaffed. We've talked a lot in recent years about the threats many have faced. I'm not saying that's an issue here in New Jersey, but it's hard. It's hard, especially when you're understaffed. So even though we kick the can sometimes, we should also have some grace. 77% in here in Camden County, so you're waiting for more votes. You move over here, only 28% in Burlington County, where the Republican is winning quite big. It's in the middle, 11 of the 21 in terms of population of the county, so we're waiting for more votes here. I just said I could give you a path back for Phil Murphy. Well, here's a place where the Chitterelli campaign is saying, hold on, we may pull some more votes out too. So we just have to wait. You move up to Trenton, which is Mercer County, 61%. That's a lot of votes still to be counted. And so as you move around here, again, Middlesex County, a good area for Phil Murphy, 20% of the votes still to be counted. So it's simply sometimes, especially when they're close.
Okay, John, I got to interrupt.
Patience.
We're listening to Democratic incumbent governor Phil Murphy right now speaking to his supporters.
Hey, thank you all so much for sticking around. Well, we're going to have to wait a little while longer than we had hoped. We're going to wait for every vote to be counted, and that's how our democracy works. For almost 4 years now, our focus has not been on trying to do more for those who already have much, but to do much for those in the middle and at the bottom so that they have more opportunity. Our cause has not been looking out for people gathered around a corporate board table, but for the family gathered around their kitchen table, like mine growing up. Our mission has been simple: to build a state where every child, regardless of race or gender, creed or zip code, has the opportunity to live out their hopes and achieve their American dream. These are the values we've put to work. We're leading with compassion and empathy, not anger and despair. We're following science and facts, not the political winds. We may not always agree, but when we disagree, we sit down and we treat each other with respect and understanding, always seeking common ground. Our shared values are far more important than any one person. What we can already take from tonight is knowing that many of our friends and neighbors like us do not want to go backward. To Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver, Chairman Lee.
We interrupt the governor of New Jersey to now make a major projection in the Virginia governor's race. CNN is projecting that Republican Glenn Youngkin has been elected governor of Virginia, defeating Democrat Terry McAuliffe. Youngkin pulling off a critical victory for his party in the highest stakes election of the night. This is the first time Republicans have won an election for Virginia's top office in 12 years. Again, CNN projecting Glenn Youngkin has been elected governor of Virginia. And Dana Bash, this is the announcement that Joe Biden will not be happy to hear. And it also shows how incredibly divided this country is.
Incredibly divided Joe Biden isn't happy to hear, because he and other very high-profile Democrats went to try to help Terry McAuliffe. Terry McAuliffe tried to nationalize this race by bringing in help from national Democrats, while Glenn Youngkin made it incredibly Virginia-focused. He said, this is about me, this is about the people in Virginia. That gave him the added benefit of being able to say, no, Mr. Former President Donald Trump, you can't come here. I don't want you to come here. So that strategy worked for him. But I think that what you saw in Glenn Youngkin is going to be, for sure, the playbook that Republicans are going to try to emulate going forward in 2022 and then also in 2024. The question is whether it is possible to emulate, because he is a very unique person. He's never been in public office before. And I saw him on the stump. He was really and is a very good candidate for what he was trying to do.
And David, you made this point earlier, didn't sort of have the kind of baggage that a lot of Republicans serving as Trump was in office. He didn't have that baggage because he's sort of a blank slate and new to politics. Can Republicans find similar candidates in all of these races we're going to see in 2022? Listen, Democrats were panicking a lot before tonight. They were going to panic anyway, I think, if Terry McAuliffe won, because it would have been a narrow margin if he had one. And we see, obviously, that he will lose and he won't be the next governor of Virginia. So Democrats have to figure out, how are they talking to these voters in 2022? What are the deliverables? How are they saying your life is better now under Biden and the Democrats? That is the big puzzle that Democrats have to figure out. And it's hard when you think about inflation on all of these issues and the cultural issues, too.
Because, you're right. This will be the playbook available to Republicans, and they'll see if they can replicate it in blue areas or purple areas and a lot of the marginal districts that the battle for the House will be fought on in the battle for control of the Senate. On the Democratic side, they're going to have to figure out if they need a new playbook, because trying to make Glenn Youngkin Donald Trump clearly didn't work. I know we saw it in the California recall, right, with Larry Elder and what Gavin Newsom was trying to do there, but Glenn Youngkin's not Larry Elder, and Virginia's not California, and neither are these districts that are going to determine control of the House and the Senate races that are going to determine control of the Senate. They're far more closely contested. And so I do think Democrats are now going to have to think, is this notion of trying to inject Trump as a way to motivate Democratic voters to turn out, is that well dry with Donald Trump no longer in office?
Yeah, one of the other things I think that is important is, what are Democrats delivering, right? Democrats control the House of Representatives, as you noted. Democrats control the U.S. Senate. Democrats control the White House. And what are they delivering right now? I mean, that's the question for voters. And you just saw, Democrats are not doing well tonight. Let's just put it that way, right? I mean, you have the Democratic candidate who is now the new mayor of New Jersey, mayor of New York City, is a more moderate Democrat, former law enforcement officer. In Buffalo, the socialist Democrat that won the nomination, it looks like, we haven't called it yet because they have to count the write-in votes, but it looks like the incumbent Democrat, a more conservative guy, a more moderate Democrat, it looks like he's going to win a write-in campaign. We have that Minneapolis police, the elimination of the police department, losing in Minneapolis. That is a very liberal town. And then you have the Terry McAuliffe, basically Democratic royalty in this country, losing the governor's race to Glenn Youngkin. I don't know what's happening in New Jersey, but it's anybody's race, including a guy whose name we're all still learning how to pronounce, especially me, Jack Ciattarelli. This is a bad night for Democrats, and they control everything. It is, I don't know if it's a rejection of the Democratic Party, or the party moving too much to the left, or the party not delivering on progressivism. That's for the Democrats to work out. But it is a rejection.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember if it was David Axelrod or Van Jones saying it, but I'm hearing similar sentiment from Democrats who are on the ballot in 2022 in tough races, is that the party is not where those voters are in terms of the issues that they care about right now. Having said that, look, on the legislation that they're talking about now, there are hugely popular pieces of policy in there, whether it's, helping people out with childcare, paid family leave is no longer in there, but there are popular things that the Democrats say that they want to do, but that's all getting lost.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Jack Ciattarelli is speaking right now. Let's go to Bridgeton, New Jersey, where he's speaking. Or Bridgewater, rather.
Like all of you, I love this state. And I realize it's broken. You know it's broken, and I'm convinced that together we can fix this state. We can fix it. So here's what we're going to do. Sometime real soon, when we can declare unequivocally a victory, we will begin to fix the state of New Jersey and make this state someplace where everyone feels confident they can live, work, retire, start a business, raise a family. And let me say one other thing when we are able to declare victory sometime real soon. Diane Allen's going to be one hell of a lieutenant governor. And you know that woman that won the primary for me because she took care of that guy in the primary studio? She's going to be one hell of a first lady. Now, there's close to 1,000 of you here, and I wish I can come out there and give every one of you a hug and a kiss. Chris, you give good hugs. Yeah. Last time you hugged me, I was sore for a week. But here's what I need to do. We've already got to go in and begin the planning for what needs to be done to make sure that we can declare this victory. And so you can watch us closely over the next week or so in order for us to do what needs to be done to certify this win. The great news, guys, is we have sent a message to the people of New Jersey. What I love about this state, and although it was not my intention, we have sent the message to the entire country. But this is what I love about this state. If you study its history, every single time it's gone too far off track, the people of this state have pushed, pulled, and prodded it right back to where it needs to be. And so listen, sometime real soon, we're going to do this again, like we're doing it right now, and we will declare a victory. Guys, hang in with me. Thank you all so very, very much. Thank you.
Jack Ciattarelli in Bridgewater, New Jersey, the Republican nominee, not declaring victory, but certainly expressing a positive message for his campaign's chances. It's entirely possible we will not know this evening the result of the New Jersey governor's race. It is so close and such a surprise. And yet there you have the Democrat incumbent Phil Murphy coming out speaking to his supporters, the Republican Jack Ciattarelli coming out speaking to his supporters. What a wild night.
What a wild night.
Yeah.
I mean, really, Republicans will tell you that they didn't, no matter what happens in New Jersey from here on out, no matter who is declared the winner, given where they are right now, such a close race, especially compared to where they thought it was. It really is, it's a wake-up call for Democrats and Republicans. Now, again, there are a lot of reasons why these particular states might be different than others, but like David was saying, there are pockets in each state, Commonwealth and Virginia,
yes,
that
thank you.
You're welcome, that that are emblematic of what you're going to see, particularly in the 2022 midterms, because that will determine not just the majority, but how deep the majority is.
Yeah, and that feeling that Americans have of fear, stress, anxiety, frustration, about all sorts of issues, right? And they might not have the same kind of anxiety about the same issue, but there is this feeling of dread, of discontent, of a country that's sort of stalled out and not delivering in the way that Biden promised, that Democrats have promised as well in this last election. So this
and that Americans are eager to see, even if it's depending on either party's vision of what that is, but out of this stalled moment that you're talking about.
But remember also the strategy. Remember the moment when President Biden came out and linked the bipartisan infrastructure bill with his larger Build Back Better Act, which has expansions of social programs and clean energy efforts, et cetera. When he linked them, that was a decision, right? That was a decision. The progressives want me to do this, and that gave the progressives momentum to keep saying, we're not going to vote for the bipartisan infrastructure bill unless you, moderate Democrats, commit to vote for the Build Back Better Act. That was a decision by President Biden. Now, if he had made, and of course I'm doing 20/20 hindsight, this is what we do now in elections, if he had made a different decision, if he had said, let us just pass the infrastructure bill, that's ready, that's bipartisan, that's what I promised, that's what I pledged, we will do the other expansion of social programs, et cetera, in a different process. I mean, I'm not saying we wouldn't be where we are today.
He may not have gotten it done.
He might not have been able to get it done. Well, we don't know if the progressives would have rebelled anyway.
Exactly. That's
right.
Was it a decision or was it a tactic because he thought that was the way to get both of these bills done?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's it. But whatever the math and whatever the strategizing, and maybe you're right. Alternatively, maybe you're not.
Of course.
Right?
Right.
But yeah, of course. But like, if, for example, they had the bipartisan infrastructure bill passed right now, and like and people were starting to like hammer in New Jersey roads or Virginia or whatever, I don't know that things would have been different. I mean, we still would have had inflation. We still would have had home heating oil prices and the like going up. But there would have been something to point to beyond the stalemate in Washington. Anderson?
Jake, we are waiting for Glenn Youngkin to speak in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Until then, David Axelrod, I mean, is the message tonight, you have Eric Adams winning in New York City, you got the socialist candidate losing in Buffalo, the Democratic Socialists, Minneapolis ballot initiative to defund police, get rid of the police department, that did not get voted on, the GOP candidate winning in Virginia, New Jersey, the race there. What is the message to Democrats tonight that they should wake up and think about in the morning?
Well, look, the issue of public safety in some of these communities is paramount in people's minds. The issue in Virginia relative to schools, although education was the second most important issue, the economy was the first most important issue. What was interesting was McAuliffe, who had a good record on the economy when he was governor, actually did less well among voters than Youngkin did on the issue of the economy.
But you know, the debate is among Democrats tomorrow is going to be, the same debate that has been had now for forever. The liberal wing is going to say, well, you see what happens when we backtrack from our principles, and the moderates are going to say it's too far to the left.
It's a tedious debate. We should point out, because the news wasn't uniform. I mean, progressive candidates won in Boston, in Cleveland, in Cincinnati, and turned back attacks that some of which in some of those cities were based on public safety. So there's still a big progressive core in the party, and certainly in the city. But we had this discussion earlier. Obviously, a Democratic Party needs to reassess here, and some of it is beyond their control. Jake said that they have total control, and and things are not going well. The fact of the matter is that you don't have total control over events. You don't have total control over the virus. But there's no doubt that there is a sense right now of disorder. And the fact that they have narrow majorities in both houses, which are obviously hard to navigate, still doesn't absent the Democratic Party from responsibility for that in the minds of voters. And so, they're going to have to, I think, probably try and pass these bills. It's going to be harder now, but pass these bills and show progress and be able to come back and say, we can get things done. We are moving on these issues. And I think I would also advise them, if I were there, that I'd focus on these sort of day-to-day issues, the price of gas, the supply chain. I would really emphasize those things that are affecting people in their daily lives.
But Gloria, I mean, if you're Joe Manchin or Kirsten Sinema watching this,
yeah, you're saying I'm right. You're saying, look at the voters in Virginia. 53% of the voters in Virginia think the Democratic Party is too liberal. There you go. We're on the right side of this. If I'm a moderate running for re-election, I'm a little nervous if I'm a moderate Democrat. Let me just add one thing here, which I think is important about Virginia, which is that there was a record-shattering turnout for an off-year election in the state of Virginia. So the good news here for everyone is that despite the fact that Donald Trump is still trying to relitigate the last election, whatever, people came out to vote because they thought that their votes would count. And maybe it's because it's so-called easier to vote now. We've made it more convenient for people. I think that's a good thing. But people did vote no matter how dysfunctional the political system is that they're seeing. They say, we've got problems. You need to fix them. And they thought that Glenn Youngkin was going to be the guy.
There's not an enthusiasm issue. You raise a great point about turnout because on the one hand, you could argue, well, Democrats are demoralized that Biden hasn't gotten things done, so why would they show up? Well, they did show up. I mean, it looks like McAuliffe's going to get about 1.6 million votes.
More than Northam got.
Northam got 1.4 million and one running away. It's not about enthusiasm. It's about persuasion. And I think quite obviously, a bunch of Democrats who once voted for Northam, who once voted for Joe Biden just a year ago, showed up and voted for Glenn Youngkin tonight. And obviously in New Jersey, the same thing happened. And so you have people who are motivated to show up. By the way, I agree. It's never been easier or more in vogue to vote, and that's a good thing. But you obviously had people who showed up, who'd been voting Democrat and said, this country's off the rails, and I have to send a message. And I can't change what's happening in Washington in the Virginia governor's mansion, but I can send a message. Now, where do they go again next year? I don't know. But for right now, the message is there's a leadership vacuum in the United States.
Well, and the question is the Donald Trump. I mean, they showed up to vote, and it wasn't about that they really wanted to support Donald Trump. What they wanted to do was support Glenn Youngkin in this race. And no matter how many press releases Donald Trump sends out,
or they wanted to vote against, or the Trump voters wanted to vote against Joe Biden.
Or could be.
Well, I think a couple things. First of all, there is no such thing anymore as a low turnout election. You have that much pent-up desire for civic participation that an off year, it's not an off year, it's an off year election. Right. You have record turnout. So that means that the audience is paying attention. That's a good thing. I'm waiting to hear now about voter fraud. I'm waiting to hear about it because it was all, voter fraud, you can't trust the elections. When Republicans win, suddenly everything's fixed. So that's going to be, I don't want to hear about voter fraud anymore. People are participating. The system works. But I think that what David said just a few minutes ago is really important. This is a big deal. These numbers are bad. This is not these are our voters. These are voters that came to us in 2018, came to us in 2020, and have abandoned us in droves in 2 states that should be in our column. That's a big deal. That is a 5-alarm fire. And I think that, look, I hope we can pass these big bills. Bill Clinton was able to turn his ship around and survive after the judicial hacking in '94 by doing a lot of small stuff that just lets you know he was on your side. He was talking about school uniforms. Yeah. He was talking about V-chips for, he was talking about all kinds, but you know what? For ordinary folks, that guy cares about me. That guy understands what I'm going through. If this party doesn't wake up tomorrow morning and figure out how can we run back to regular folks and regular folks' issues. Now, some stuff we've been talking about is good stuff. helping grandmas, helping kids, but it's been buried, it's been lost in this cold, big DC conversation about trillions of dollars. We've got to, both from a legislative point of view and from a messaging point of view, start re-signaling to ordinary folks that we get it. Otherwise, look, we're a year out from the Trump election looking back, and you're a year away from the midterms looking forward. You can see how much stuff can turn in 12 months. That's the good news. People want to participate. That's the good news. But we've got to take this message very, very seriously tonight. This is a big deal tonight.
I just wanted to, you make powerful arguments for your party's ideas. And your counsel to Democrats is to show up and have a debate about ideas, programs, plans, and policies. What McAuliffe did tonight was show up and try to turn Youngkin into Trump and make the entire thing about white supremacy, racism, Donald Trump, Glenn Youngkin. I mean, they're even talking about the fact that he was wearing a fleece vest. And that's evidence of, that's the new uniform for white. So what you're saying is we need to have a debate in this country over policies and ideas, which, by the way, I agree with. I think that's healthy. And the Democrats did literally the exact opposite, and they're paying for it tonight. And I wonder, will they learn that lesson going into the midterms?
But the political system is so dysfunctional right now. The margins are so small, and the Republicans are not voting for anything. How do you get anything done?
Well, that's not entirely true. He had 19 in the Senate for the
infrastructure bill. But let's talk about the second package. The second package, which you would agree contains some stuff that is interesting to a lot of Republicans. And how do you get any of that done?
If Van is right, if Van is right and this stuff is popular, then no Democrat should fear a debate on the issues. But in these races tonight, no Democrat wanted to debate the issues. They want to talk about Donald Trump. And I wonder, if it's as popular as you say, why aren't they willing to engage?
Well, first of all, I appreciate, and I always say that you do want to talk about the issues, and I think you've been true to that your whole career. What I will say is, it's not just the Democrats that sometimes wander off in bizarre directions. The Republican Party mixed in with some of the stuff that I think you would like. I don't think that this CRT stuff, and I keep beating the drum about it because it really lands badly with me, is good. I think some of the stuff is dog whistling. And so, look, both parties can see now that there's a way forward. This guy was more substantive and less inflammatory than Donald Trump. It paid off for him. I hope Republicans take that seriously. But for Democrats, I think that we've got some ideas that we have not even been able to communicate in terms of making some errors ourselves. We need to get back to that.
In a healthy Republican Party, I assume some Republicans would, if the party was healthy, would look at this and say, oh, well, you know what? There's a path away from the former president. We don't need to be beholden to this guy. But I mean, you don't believe that. I mean, your happiness tonight is because Donald Trump is not front and center right now in the Republican Party. Glenn Youngkin is.
I'm happy tonight. No, I'm happy tonight because the Republican Party proved you can run an issues-based campaign, compete in a blue state, and win. That's what I'm happy about. Whether it was Glenn Youngkin or somebody else, the fact that he had the wherewithal to write a platform on the issues that people care about and put it forward and have enough confidence in that to run a race in a blue state and say, I've got conservative solutions to the problems you care about. He did it in a blue state, and he has won the race. That's what I'm happy about because Trump never did that. Let's be honest. He had ideas about certain things, and it did touch nerves in the electorate, but he didn't even write a platform last year. And so in this race, there's an issue agenda. It was put forward to the voters, and they accepted it, and that's what I want Republicans to do.
Listen, he was a good candidate.
Yeah.
He ran a good campaign. Candidates and campaigns matter, okay? And, I always look at campaigns and I think, who is dictating the terms of the decision when you get to the polling place? Whose message is resonating more? And Youngkin seized control of this race. Now, we scooped up the football when McAuliffe fumbled it on the issue of parents and schools and took out of context somewhat what McAuliffe said, and did do what Van said, which was dog whistling. So to the extent that Republican candidates take away the message that you can have a PG version of Trump, arouse his base, and still win, that wouldn't be a good outcome here. But that, I think, is what's going to happen.
But I have to say, guys, this idea, you all keep saying it's dog whistling and they're touching on these race issues. Glenn Youngkin ran around the state of Virginia with an African-American woman who's now the first lieutenant governor, African-American female, and a Hispanic candidate for attorney general. It was a diverse ticket.
Yeah, no,
it looked and sounded like America. And you all keep saying the only reason he's winning is because he's doing racist dog whistling. Meantime, he's put together this diverse
I didn't say it was
ticket.
the only reason. I didn't say it was the only reason he was winning. I just said that he did do that. I mean, the fact is,
he did pick on Toni Morrison. I mean, look, I love you see the good in your candidate, and I think that's great. But you also have to acknowledge, if you really want to run issues, what the heck does Toni Morrison have to do with anything? Why do you think he decided to jump on Toni Morrison?
Because he did not like or approve of the content that is in the book or think it is appropriate for children. That's why.
It's a Pulitzer Prize-winning author, a national treasure.
Could you read it on this air right now and have him stay on with it? Could you
first
read
of all,
it
it would be very, very long. I mean, first of all, it's a very long book, so we wouldn't have enough time. And so,
there are lots of great books you couldn't read on the air.
Yeah,
I mean,
I know, and that was the issue. Is it appropriate for? That was why he put it forward. Was it the decider in the race? I don't know, but that's why he put it forward.
I just can't believe that you actually believe that. There's a reason that this stuff works, and he's poking at stuff, and he's picking at scabs, and for all the good that he did, he also did that. And that is bad, and it shouldn't be. You shouldn't apologize for it because it's not happening. It is happening, and you got to get more of that out of your party. I got to get the elitism out of my party. I got to get the moralizing out of my party. But you got to get some of this racial dog whistling out of your party.
well, and also I mean, when we're talking about schools, yes, parents, of course, should be involved in their schools, but politicians shouldn't be involved in their schools. You've got a legislator down in Texas who has a list of 825 books that he thinks are inappropriate for the schools, and he's calling school boards and investigating which school board, and some of these books are classic books. That is not where we want to be as a country. And I'll tell you something, if you push that too hard, you're going to kick those suburban voters right back to the Democrats. So I would just be cautious about this.
Here's another thing, which is that Youngkin was an outsider and not involved in politics, didn't have a long political resume, won a convention, not a primary, didn't know a lot about him, looked passable enough, very hard to kind of say, oh, he's Donald Trump. You know, he didn't appear like Donald Trump. And I think that helped him tremendously.
Yeah.
And I think as you look towards other races, and Donald Trump was an outsider to a great degree. As you look towards other races, the question is what happens to professional politicians versus people who are coming into a very dysfunctional political system. And I think that Youngkin, in another way, may be a template for 2022 for Republicans, or Democrats for that matter. Will outsiders sort of say, okay, the system is broken, it's ridiculous, it doesn't work? Joe Biden had been in politics in the Senate for 36 years, and politics forever. Maybe that is something also to take away.
Well, one of the reasons that Republicans did well in 2020 in the House races is they recruited in a different way. They were all male, all white, basically, in the House, with very few exceptions. They went out and recruited a bunch of candidates who, women, some candidates of color, and so on. And you're touting, as you should, the diversity of your ticket. I suspect they will learn some lessons from that. The question that just looms over all of it is, what do you do about Trump? And what do you do about Trumpism? And you know, I agree with you that you would have to say that the strategy failed. It'll end up failing narrowly in Virginia. But there is a real issue, which is, where do you stand on Trump? Because Trump is, clearly setting up to run again. He's made that clear. And ultimately, do you feel any obligation to stand up to someone who is basically suggesting that the election, not basically, he's suggesting the election is stolen, that the system is corrupt. He is encouraging, insurrectionists, or has. You've been very outspoken on these things. And I think the idea that you can, as a party, say, we're just going to put that aside and we're not going to talk about it. And if we don't mention it, it's all right. Even as he is the most and anybody would acknowledge this, the most powerful force in your party. You cannot be a nominee in the Republican Party without his imprimatur, which is why Glenn Youngkin accepted his imprimatur when he was a candidate, at the beginning of this campaign.
But he refused to let the race be defined around the frame you just put forward.
The politics were great.
Because
he did very well on the politics.
Clearly and flatly stated that he rejected January the 6th. He rejected the rioters. He rejected it. He clearly said Joe Biden is the president of the United States. So all the things that Democrats say they want, he said, Joe Biden won. I reject January the 6th. So I agree with you.
Well,
I do think Republicans should do exactly what he did, which is acknowledge reality and then go run your own race and not let Democrats force you to talk about it when you've answered the question.
By the way, I just want to point out there is right now a 4,000 vote lead between Ciattarelli and the governor in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Youngkin also talked about what he called election integrity. That was his way of kind of getting around the rigged election thing. I'm going to talk about election integrity. We got to have election integrity. But yes, Joe Biden was the duly elected president of the United States. And that worked for him. Whether it can work for other candidates who are in primaries, because the a priori question is, do you believe that Joe Biden is the freely and fairly elected president of the United States? And if a Republican candidate cannot answer that,
well, you raise a great question.
there are going to be lots of Democratic voters who aren't going to scoot over to that side.
Glenn Youngkin answered it clearly. And look what happened in the rural counties of Virginia. Turnout, massive, voted for him in huge numbers. They were not bothered one bit.
Right.
But the rural counties of Virginia ain't all that different than the rural counties of Kentucky or West Virginia or any of these other places. And so I'm just saying, they turned out big and it didn't bother them one bit. So if I'm looking at running a race next year, I'm looking at how he handled it as a template because he made a clear answer, it was a fair answer, and it was a legitimate answer. And it worked.
And he didn't have to run in a
Primary. That's the thing.
That's going to be the toll you have to pass through to be a Republican nominee is you're going to have to acknowledge that there was something wrong with the last election because that is what the vast majority of Republican voters now believe because that's what they've been told again and again and again by the president and his by the former president and his the Amen chorus out there.
I just want to say a couple of things. Scott's right about a couple things. One is we can't just keep getting blown out in these rural areas. I mean, losing by 70%
yes.
in a bunch of those counties
yes.
versus 90%.
Yes.
That's hard to overcome.
Yes.
And what you got to recognize, if you're concerned about the Democratic Party, you got to recognize this double-barrel threat now. You're getting, look, I don't mind losing 60, 70%. You're losing 80, 90%, all these rural counties in every state. You can't do that. At the same time, they are nibbling our cookie when it comes to urban voters, when you're talking about African Americans, Latinos. In Virginia, for the first time I've ever seen, the Republicans, they had a bilingual literature. They went directly after Black and Latino voters, and I haven't seen the numbers yet, they may have had a payoff. So while we are sitting here in our circular firing squad doing all the stuff we've been complaining about all night, that you do have a Republican Party that has got a double-barrel attack on our ability to put together a winning coalition. At the end of the day, these guys are serious. You got to take these guys more seriously. It's not. We can't. It's over. The whole anti-Trump resistance being the only rationale for us to be a party, that is dead tonight.
Yeah.
Dead. It's over. What is our rationale going forward? What is our governing coalition going forward? And what are the issues that we can use to put this thing back together? Because if we can't figure out those tough problems, we're going to be sitting here in 12 months with our heads in our
I don't think there's any question about it. And the erosion of the Democratic Party in these rural areas just can't be ignored. And it goes to the thing we were talking about before. If you have to approach voters with respect, you have to show up, you have to listen, and you have to respond, and that hasn't been done, and that is clearly part of what and you have to recognize the reason that Democrats have lost, even at the margins, voters in the African American community, voters in the Hispanic community. These are working class voters who don't believe and who look at the Democratic Party, and increasingly they see it as an effete party, and so we have to have a dialogue with those voters and make the case.
We're fighting for them.
For connection, yeah.
Glenn Youngkin is about to appear in Virginia. Let's watch.
Wow. Thank you. Wow. Amazing. Woo! All righty, Virginia, we won this thing. How much fun? How much fun? First of all, thank you all for waiting a few minutes longer than we thought to. Breakfast will be served shortly. Amazing. God. Well, first, let me thank Suzanne. Just, oh. I have said many, many times that the Lord knew what he was doing because I need her a lot more than she needs me. When I told you on that fateful Friday afternoon that a conviction had come over my heart to go serve Virginians, you did respond. You responded with grace. You responded with support. You responded with unconditional love. Thank you. Thank you. I also have to thank my amazing kids, because I'm not sure that they were all on board at the beginning. So, guys, I want to thank you, Grant, Anna, John, Thomas. John, thank you over in Dublin. I love you guys. I love you guys. And I want to thank my beloved Commonwealth of Virginia. Here we go. My fellow Virginians, we stand here this morning at this defining moment, a defining moment that, yes, started with two people on a walk, and a defining moment that is now millions of Virginians walking together. Walking together, sharing dreams and hopes, just like the ones that have always been planted on my own heart. Dreams and hopes for a Virginia that soars, a Virginia that never settles, a Virginia where the Virginia promise comes alive for everyone that calls this Virginia home. Together, we will change the trajectory of this Commonwealth. And friends, we are going to start that transformation on day one. There is no time to waste. Our kids can't wait. We work in real people time, not government time. And so on day one, we're going to work. We're going to restore excellence in our schools. We will invest the largest education budget in the history of the Commonwealth. We're going to invest in teachers, new facilities, special education. We're going to introduce choice within our public school system. How about that? Choice within the public school system. We're going to start with 20 charter schools, and we are going to make a down payment and close the gap on giving parents an opportunity to select where their kids go to school. Friends, We're going to embrace our parents, not ignore them. We're going to press forward with a curriculum that includes listening to parents' input, a curriculum that allows our children to run as fast as they can, teaching them how to think, enabling their dreams to soar. Friends, we are going to reestablish excellence in our schools. We are fighting for parents and students and teachers and our schools. Friends, we will reduce our cost of living. On day one, we will declare the largest tax refund in the history of Virginia. We're going to eliminate the grocery tax, suspend the most recent hike in the gas tax, double everybody's standard deduction. And we are going to cut taxes on the retirement income of our veterans. All in, we're going to save Virginia families $1,500 year one. We are going to keep our communities safe. We're going to comprehensively fund law enforcement because they stand up for us, and we are going to stand up for them. Higher salaries, better equipment, more training, programs like Unity in the community to work to build trust between law enforcement and those they protect and serve. We're going to protect qualified immunity, invest in our behavioral health system. And finally, we will replace the entire parole board on day one. And on day one, we're going to jumpstart our jobs and reinvigorate this economy so it lifts up all Virginians. We're going to get this economy moving again, growing 400,000 new jobs, fostering 10,000 startup businesses. Friends, Virginia will be open for business. It's time for Virginia to be the place where everyone wants to live, not leave. A place where the relentless pursuit for a better life, for prosperity, is not burdened or blocked by self-interested politicians who are more focused on their futures than those they were elected to serve. Over 100,000 miles on the campaign trail. I heard stories that were unique and powerful. But the reality is the challenge of overcoming a culture where the state overwhelms self-empowerment is all too common. For too long, we've been expected to shelve our dreams, to shelve our hope, to settle for low expectations. We will not be a commonwealth of low expectations. We'll be a commonwealth of high expectations. And friends, all of that has changed tonight. A campaign that came from nowhere. But we were joined by neighbors and friends of all races, of all religions, of all ages, of all political ideologies. And it turned into a movement. This stopped being a campaign long ago. This is the spirit of Virginia coming together like never before. The spirit of Washington and Jefferson and Madison and Monroe and Patrick Henry, of Virginians standing up and taking our Commonwealth back. My fellow Virginians, this is our moment. It's our moment for parents, for grandparents, for aunts, for uncles, for neighbors, to change the future of Virginia's children's lives, to change their Virginia journey. It's our time to turn that vision into a reality. It's a vision where Virginians' power, the power that has historically resided in the marbled halls in Richmond, is spread out to the kitchen tables that are held together with the bond of spirit, of liberty, and freedom. Especially those kitchen tables where breakfast is eaten after a midnight shift. Friends, this is where our government will go. We will go to the people, for the people. It will be of the people. From the farms of the Shenandoah Valley to the docks and shipyards of Hampton Roads, to the coal fields in Southwest Virginia, to the banks of the James River, to the memorials in Arlington National Cemetery. This is our Virginia to build together, and we are going to go to work on day one. There are always those. There's those that say that that hill is too steep to climb. But we are empowered. We're empowered by a conviction, a righteous conviction in our children's future. We're strengthened by our collective belief in the Virginia promise. So let's climb that hill together. Let's reinvigorate our future. Let's reinvigorate this amazing Commonwealth of Virginia. Together, 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 we can build a new day. A new day for Virginians where, yes, we soar and we never settle. A new day where all Virginians, all of us, can deserve to look forward to grabbing, to aspiring, to dreaming, and then achieving that great Virginia promise. God bless you all. God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia. And let's go.
The next governor of the great Commonwealth of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin, accepting a victory at 1:19 a.m. on Wednesday. We saw the split screen there, the Republican declaring victory just as President Joe Biden touched down in the United States back from his trip. The president had predicted that they would be calling the race around 1 a.m. He just said that it would be the Democrat who would be declaring victory. He was a little bit wrong about that. We should also note history was made this evening in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Winsome Sears has been elected lieutenant governor. She is an African-American woman, and I believe the first woman of color ever elected statewide in the Commonwealth of Virginia in the history of Virginia. But let's talk about what we just heard. You saw right there, you heard, I see people, some liberals and Democrats on Twitter saying that Glenn Youngkin didn't run on any policies. It was just culture war issues. That's inaccurate. And you see right there, there were a number of issues getting rid. They were very local. They were very local issues, getting rid of the grocery tax, allowing public school choice, allowing parents to have more of a say in their kids' education. and on and on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He campaigned on issues that mattered to Virginians. Some of those issues were national sensibilities, like education. That's an issue that is resonating across the country because of the pandemic, really. But he saw that, his campaign saw that, and seized on it, and he made it relevant in Virginia because it was already there. And the fact of the matter is that he did that with such a contrast, Nia, with Terry McAuliffe, who made it such a national campaign and made it all about not just Democratic abilities in Washington, but most importantly, he made it about Donald Trump, right? And trying to use Glenn Youngkin as a foil to equate him with Donald Trump, and it didn't work.
It didn't work. I mean, listening to Glenn Youngkin there, he sounded like a garden variety Republican, the kind of Republicans we all used to cover prior to Donald Trump. There were, he's pro-business, he's pro-school choice. He threw in some references to unconditional love and grace, sort of signaling his faith and the way that Republicans tend to do. And yes, there was a bit of the culture war there, but it wasn't the dominant factor in the way that we've seen with other Republicans running in the Trump era, primarily Donald Trump. So this certainly is a template I think you will see Republicans follow, going back to their DNA.
And just remember, American politics is a both-end proposition. We live in very polarized times. Obviously, he got the Republican base out. That's clear in the vote returns across the Commonwealth. But you got to win the middle. And when you look at Youngkin tonight, you see he won independence by 9 points in Virginia 1 year after Joe Biden won independence by 19 points against Donald Trump, a 28-point swing of this 30% piece of the electorate that is the middle, these independents. And that, to me, is what is going to scare Democrats more than anything else.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And meanwhile, I'm still curious as to what's going on up I-95 in New Jersey. John King, what's the latest there?
You have the big wow you're talking about in Virginia. The question is, will we get a double wow or a whoa out of New Jersey? 81% reporting the Republican candidate still in the lead, Jake, by a narrow 21,000 votes. But Jack Ciattarelli trying to do what would be even a bigger upset than Glenn Youngkin pulled off in the state of Virginia. 50% for the Republican, 49% for the incumbent Democratic governor, Phil Murphy, 81% reporting. So the question is, we watched all night, was it possible for Terry McAuliffe to come back once Youngkin pulled ahead in Virginia? So is it possible for Phil Murphy to come back? The answer is yes, it is possible as we continue to count the votes. But we're down now, 81% of the estimated vote in. You look at the Republican lead, so where could that come from? Number one, throughout the night, the Republican was leading in Bergen County. That has flipped in the last hour or so. The Democrat with a narrow lead there, but this is the biggest county in the state. One of the reasons Phil Murphy is now more competitive is because of that. You move down here to Essex County. This is Newark and the area around Newark. It's a huge Democratic area. You see the margin there, 73% for the incumbent candidate. And look, only 72% of the estimated vote counted here. So 30% of the vote, just shy of that, still remaining in Essex County, which is a deep blue county. Phil Murphy can make up votes there. You move over here. This is Hudson County, Jersey City. Again, a very strong Democratic area. He's pulling 74%. No guarantee Phil Murphy would stay at 74% as the other 24, 25% of the vote comes in. But if he stays anywhere close to that, you see the big margin there. There's a possibility, again, of making up where he is shy right now. A few other places you just walked through, you're looking again, 79% in Middlesex County, 54% to 45%. So again, another place that is blue, has been blue all night, where Murphy could make up votes. And you move down here to Mercer County, still at only 61% of the vote counted here. Trenton, the big suburban area around here, 57% to 42. A little bit more competitive than more up to the north, but still a blue county where a lot of votes still coming in. If the margins stay there, there's room for Phil Murphy to make that up. There's room. It's not guaranteed. We know the votes that are counted have the Republican ahead. We know, Jake, as this count goes deeper and deeper into the morning, the Democrat has a chance to come back. Either way, when you look at the red Virginia and the shakiness of the Democrats here in New Jersey, this off-year election night is sending a giant message to the Democrats. The question is whether it's overwhelming or whether they can eke this out in New Jersey, and it looks like we're going to be counting maybe after breakfast to settle that one.
All right, plausible paths for both Ciattarelli and Murphy in New Jersey. Thank you, John King. CNN's coverage of Election Night in America continues with Don Lemon right now.